katika hii mkutano na Kenya mzima tuko na vijana milioni 4 wako na certificate, wako na diploma, wako na degree, lakini hawana ajira. Na hao vijana hizi wanahangaika, wengine wameingifu, wengine kwa madawa, wengine, na ndio tunasema if there is an receive attention ni unemployment among our young people, na hiyo ndio kazi lazima ifanyike. Nyenye mnanielewa? Hiyo mpango tulikuwa tumeweka ya Big 4, tumezalisha nafasi za kazi milioni 2, lakini ule jamaa wenu wa kitendawili wakati alitutembelea alikuja na mambo ya rege, ile Big 4 ikapotea. Ni mnanielewa? So mimi nimekuja hapa kuwauliza ndugu zangu watu wa Makueni, please, safari hii serikali ya kitendawili tuunde kazi kwa unyenyekevu. Nawaomba kwa unyenyekevu, muko tayari tuunde hii serikali pamoja? Muko tayari? Mimi ninasema hivi, na nataka makini. Nimesema zikiendelea katika letu la Kenya kuzungumzia mambo ya viongozi na we begin the conversation about ordinary people. Sasa hawa kwambia ati hii mambo ya vijana nini, ngoje ati kwanza tubadilishe katiba, tuongeze mamlaka ya rais, tuongeze vyeo ya wakubwa, tuongeze mamlaka ya viongozi.
Yes, karibuni. The topic, mheshimiwa wetu leo ameenda and the gift imeachwa huko ni 1 million ya malaya. So client 113 173. Client uko hapo?
Niko hapa Botebe. Mambo
wewe tuambie bwana, hii gani unapelekea Kamba?
Here I support, and it is very good. They are our daughters who do that job, and hawafanyagi ati ni kupenda. And if somebody like our incoming president have that kind of idea, I support him 100%. Some are not there because they are willing. They have kids to feed, they have rent to pay, and they have no idea. He told them to form.
It's a part of bottom up.
No, yes, it is good. It is good. And I appreciate him. And I'm sure he feel the kind of pinch those ladies undergo. And it is a good. He told them to come up with I think a circle, and then he will assist them with 1 million shilling so that they can realize their legit business. We need such kind of readers who think anybody in this country is important and recognize that it is sio kupenda kwao. They are our daughters. Tomorrow your daughters may go outside, lack job, nothing. She will do that. But if get somebody to support him financially, they will come out of that. I support Dr. William Ruto for that idea 100%. And that is why I like Ruto. If ilikuwa mtu mwingine angekuwa na wakodem, I like that. They are our daughters and sisters. And they are Kenyans.
Okay, James 1. James, mute your mic.
How are you?
Yes, tuko poa. Nasikia sasa ameanza kupromote mpaka prostitution. Sisikia the last time sijui nini. Mbona
Hello?
mnaweza kusupport hizi biashara?
You know, unasikia?
Endelea.
You know, when you start losing direction in your campaigns, you enter into very dangerous grounds. What this man has done, he has run his course. He is repeating what he has been repeating for the last 1 year. He is still talking about BBI that is still somewhere in the courts. Something that his opponents even stopped talking about long time ago. So because he has nothing new, he's got to get himself involved in some other businesses. Now, let me come to the subject of the matter. He's talking about SACCO. I do not know whether he knows that according to the penal code, what those people are involved in is an illegality. And therefore, it means I don't know how they will approach the government because I know the SACCO Act, the Cooperatives Act, and the SACCO Act. I am doubtful if these so-called SW will be given an opportunity to be a group registered under such an activity. So you can see the confusion here. Even a person seeking the highest office does not know that the penal code in its current form, does not allow such a group to form under such circumstances. So it is a total confusion for a person who has run his course, and the ground is becoming very slippery. And now he has to clutch on every straw so that he doesn't fall down. He is not going anywhere. These are just first indications of somebody who has lost it. I think let me stop there for now.
Okay, sawa. Naona Mandrich anasema Ruto atafanya madada zetu waingie kufanya malaya na hiyo pesa. Once you start promising to pesa ndio anafanya kazi ya ujinga. Unajua hao watu wengine wenye hawana pesa wataanza kuona kumbe hii kazi ni kazi nzuri tu mpaka inakuwa recognized na deputy president. Malo kwa hapo tuambie history yenu, umeanza kutuzia nini malaya? Mala? Unmute your mic.
Yes. Yes.
Ongea bwana.
Yes, Wekesa. Yeah, you're saying, sikuwa nimesikia, sorry.
Wewe usikize huko, unasikiza debate. Okay, hata tuende
kwa
Derek
yes.
Okomo. Ngoja tuende Derek Okomo.
Good evening everyone.
Tuambie bwana, hii story imeanza kupea pesa malaya, kwani umeishwa na ideas mpaka umeona hapo ndio kuna kazi.
Okay, naona kama tunaenda vizuri, tunasonga poa. The conversation is good, but I want to say that indeed because of different opinions, I think that comment is not good for the president or for the presidential aspirant. You know, for example, Raila at the same time is also saying that he will be giving 6,000 to maybe youths or those who are not employed by the government. So easy, they are the propaganda. We call them propaganda in politics. They are not real. It's something that cannot work. See. So
Okay, sawa.
it is
Means kama
yeah.
hata ama hujamaliza uendelee.
Okay. I wanted to complete, like, in each and every candidate has got his ways or her ways of campaigning. Traditionally, there's what is called the use of propaganda. So the use of propaganda is always used so that you are the best candidate. You see, and whenever you are using propaganda to campaign, the solution to is to put more advantage on your side than the other side, and that is why utasikia mtu anasema so and so ni mwizi, so and so is a murderer. You see, is what is called the propaganda. Maybe unasema so and so is a murderer and they don't have got evidence.
Derek, unajua mimi nikiangalia my dictionary inasema Asura ni prostitute. So nashangaa kama umeamua kudeal na prostitute wenyewe sasa.
Book them up again, please.
Nasema ukienda kwa dictionary uangalie what is the meaning of Asura.
Yes.
Inakuleteanga prostitute.
Yes.
Does it mean umeamua sasa kurudi kwa the main cause and the meaning of Asura mnataka kuinua sasa?
Okay, to that point, no, the word Asla, I can't say that is using the best term so far in his campaign. If you say that now Asla Nation, that one is not a developed country. That is for a long time ago. The prostitutes and those people cannot do anything. See, at the same time, if you talk of being a hustler, now you are a hustler. What do you expect by being a hustler? So now, like for example, someone tells you will give you wheelbarrow, something of that kind of, which that was for a long time ago. Those who are not learned can be convinced. Hata ndio maana, by the way, huyu jamaa anatumia mama mboga, unasikia mama mboga, boda boda, ni wale wenye maybe hakuna ana idea, they are not exposed, but someone who is learned, someone who is exposed cannot agree that you're giving him wheelbarrow. So what is the sense of giving wheelbarrow for what?
Okay, hacha tuende kwa Aaron.
Hustler in short, hustler is not the best term to use in the current world.
Okay. So let's hear from Harun. Harun. Unmute.
Hello.
Hello. Unakaa hapo mpaka unafikiwa then ndio utoke. Okay, Washington. Unmute your mic. Tukusikia. Mala.
Yes.
Yes.
I think my contribution to this, you see, those guys, they are also Kenyans. They are people. They are not animals. So supporting them is not a sin. I'm sure even you.
So mtu hata kama anafanya illegal business, you are supporting them.
What we are saying is that it's not supporting them to continue doing the same thing they are doing. It's supporting them so they can do something else. They can stop doing what they are doing and start doing something which can assist them. But you see, the way you interpret is that you interpret to suit your own understanding, your own political angle, which should not be accepted. These guys are also Kenyans like you and me. And when this guy is supporting them and is encouraging them to do other businesses, I think that's a good progress, in my view. And that's the way to go. They belong to Kenya.
Way to go to support
they are not animals. Yeah. Even your daughter can do that.
No, Meli. Demand and mute the mic. Na kama utaongea kanga mapema pole kufikia. Mandricho nataka kuongea.
Okay guys, hope unanisikiza? Nasikika? Okay fine. Mi kitumeleta hapa ni kitumeleta hapa ni kitu moja tu. Unajua toka Ruto aanze nimekuwa nikimfollow cause mi napenda kufollow kila mtu. Kitu nimekuwa nikifollow sana ni vile huyu msee anaendesha siasa zake, unaona? Like ni mtu yule msee anapenda kubadilisha, anaanza hivi anabadilisha huku anaenda huku, ni mtu yako straightforward. Si kama unaelewa? Like alianza na, unaweza kubuka vile UDA ilikam first, ilianza kusemekana kuna UDA inahusishwa na deputy rais. Aliulizwa akakataa ati yeye sio hahusiani na hiyo party, unaona? Hata yeye mwenye party hayakuwa anajulikana by that time. And tukiangalia hadi wa sasa siwezi sema kama deputy president ndio mwenye hiyo party, manake kulingana na sheria bado ni deputy president na deputy party leader wa Jubilee, naona bado haja resign. Then mambo za wheelbarrow, alianza kupea watu wheelbarrow kama gift, unaona? Alikuwa anapatia watu wheelbarrow kama gift kidogo kidogo, akaona hiyo mambo ya bila itamharibia jina, akaibadilisha ikawa party, unaona? Alafu saa hii akaleta mambo za hustler. Hiyo hustler ukiangalia vizuri kwa dictionary inaleta kuwa ni namba 1, inamaanisha kuwa yule mtu mhustle mwenye anauza vitu dogo dogo ndio apate pesa ya chakula. Namba 2 ni prostitute, wameweka tu hivyo prostitute like that, you see. Alafu kitu tunashangaza ni leo deputy president wa nchi ya Kenya anatoka anasema kuwa ata support prostitutes na 1 million. Like seriously, prostitute unasaidiwa na pesa wakati kuna mtoto wa shule ameshindwa kuenda hadi shule, imagine. Kuna wengine wetu tulishindwa kumaliza hata form 4 sababu hatuna pesa, alafu unasikia mtu aenda kupatia prostitute pesa. Hiyo number 1. Number 2, mimi kule vile naiangalia, number 2, kuna wasichana ambayo hawana pesa na wako tayari kupatafuta pesa kwa njia yoyote. Kuna wasichana wanakubali hadi kuilala na wazee kushinda hata babu zao ili wapate pesa. Wakifikiria wakisikia deputy president anapatiana pesa, wale malaya hata hawataingia kwa hiyo siasa, kwa hiyo prostitute. So mimi kinaweza ona manze, kama kuna tu yule mse anatumia tu akili na kuangalia nchi yetu vizuri na anataka kuangalia future, hata wewe huwezi niambia tunaweza support mtu kama huyo, huwezi hata simama naye, manake ni mtu aeleweki. Ukiangalia corruption yenyewe, deputy president amepatiwa rank ya juu, number 1. Deputy president number 1 kwa corruption wa East Africa na Kenya. Sasa niambia mtu kama huyo, like seriously, hata tukimpatia, alafu anasema kuwa Kenya yetu sahi jobs za vijana hakuna. Na by the time ati uchumi yameanguka, at the same time anataka kukwambia atamusha uchumi. Uchumi anguka na uchumi akina Kibaki waliacha uchumi kama at least imebaki level lingine sawa. Yeye ameingia serikali, yeye na rais wake wamerudisha uchumi chini, wakachukua madeni kama zote, alafu koja kuniambia atamusha uchumi. Uchumi gani? Hiyo ndo maoni yangu manze. Mimi hiyo kitu ndio linibo. Atakue akue prostitute upate pesa.
Okay, asante sana. Acha tusikize Washington. Washington, unmute your mic tukusikia.
Okay, mnanipata?
Yes.
Yeah, so nikisema sisi ya kwanza siwezi sema eti Ruto alifanya vibaya kwa kupeana 1 million to the prostitute. At the end of the day, these are also Kenyans. yeah, Mwecha alifanya vizuri because at the end of the day prostitutes bado wako, but unapata ile ni aliwapea nayo haikuwa eti waendeleze nayo hiyo biashara yao. Aliwapea ili waende watafute njia zingine ya kufanya biashara ile yenye iko sawa. Sisemi eti prostitution is good, I don't support it, ni kazi mbaya, but at the end of the day tunataka to encourage them because it is only that situation imewaeka wakuwe wa hapo, even though kuna wengine pia wanaenda kwa sababu ni kupenda kwao. Even a prostitute akikuwa na pesa bado still ataendelea na cause ni mazoea, but at the end of the day kuna wengine pia who are genuinely there because they don't have any other avenues of what making money. But again tukiongea kuhusu Ruto pia mara nyingi naona akifanya its campaign, but unapatanga like in most cases hakuna siku ile amayeongea mambo na akicondemn corruption kwa rallies zake zote. Either utamuona tu akikasirika na hao watu eti Raila nilimsupport the other time 2007 tulimsupport, nilimfanya akakuwa prime minister, nikamfanya akakuwa nini, mara nikakuwa na Uhuru Kenyatta from 2013 2012, but sijai sikia akisema eti mambo na corruption. Then again saizi amekuja na like anataka kupeana like around 4 million, not 4,000 but 4 million jobs to the youth. Again huyu ni yule mwenye ameshakuwa president, ameshakuwa deputy president, ameserve for 10 good years. Ni strategies gani ako nazo? Na saizi tukiangalia where I come from, the side of Migori, tuko na hii kampuni inaitwa Sony Sugar, but ukiangalia vizuri most of these companies ukienda Mumias ziko na a lot of challenges. Ni aje utatuambia eti sasa saizi ndio utatupea 4 million jobs, yet umekuwa hapo second in command in government. Tukisema maybe tunaweza sema maybe from 2013 2017 to 20 to now eti walikosana na Mr. President, but again alikuwa na that chance from 2013 bila alikuwa fresh bado from nini. So at the end of the day hizi zote tu ni scam. And then this issue of hustler nimesikia mara tunasema eti hustler ni yule mwenye bado kila mtu ni according to ile yenye anasema, naona tu kila mtu ni hustler because at the end of the day if you have 1 million utataka uimake ikue 2 million, na hakuna ile mwenye hata kama ukue na which amount of money still utapata uinvest more. So kila mtu ni hustler, na tukianza kutenga hivi utapata maybe mtu anasema mimi that mimi ni hustler, sitaki kufanya hii na hii na hii, so ina create that division between the rich and the poor, na hii ni uo ingine mbaya sana. Back to you.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello? Can everyone hear me? Yes, hello? Hello?
Yes, we are getting you.
Oh, fine. Allow me first introduce myself because I came late. My name is Musa Lekaken Kiptunen. As the second name state, this is somebody from Narok County and indeed a Maasai. I also want to brush on some issues, especially our future as Kenyans now is political section has started. So what are we going to do? And now the leaders are all around. For instance, let me start with today's rallies. Today I was in Kisumu, and right away I'm still in Kisumu. We were with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. And the core thing he was educating these young youth is the voter registration and giving them hopes of 2022. If elected to be a president, they have a lot of plans that is going to do for Kenyans. There is another breaking news that happened today that I don't believe like darkness and light will work together. For instance, someone just say right away that prostitutes are also human beings. But they are human being, yes, but what are they doing? Are they doing something godly? William Ruto have been going to church every Sunday. He's helping Kenyans to go to God. But today, I wonder what happened. He's helping prostitute to bring other more prostitutes to create circles, my friend. This is really Kenya.
Nasema
And I don't.
ni wanandanda wetu. They are saying ni wanandanda wetu, they are human beings kama sisi.
So tukisema they are human being kama sisi, yes, pia sisi we are human, but are they in that track? Ruto have been taking himself like yeye ni mtu wa Mungu. Yeye ameokoka sana. That's why anaita baba mganga. Umeiona baba ameenda kuchangia Illuminati mahali pesa? Ashaienda kuchangia malaya pesa? The real definition of hustler have today been proved. And I believe that more Kenyans will join me in this. Exactly, the real definition of hustler today have been revealed by 1 million promise. And that's all over. Because we cannot support darkness and supporting light, because those two things will never. Ama umeiona asubuhi hadi saa 7 mchana ikakuwa giza alafu hakuna. It's only light or darkness. So in the point of view, mimi ninasema hivi, and I'm not telling anyone not to support Ruto. For our country to be somewhere, we are not going to make with this so-called hustler nation. We are not going to make. So that's my few remarks. I will be back.
Okay,
Thank you.
asante. Ustadh, unmute your mic.
Mutabei,
Yes.
Now,
allow me just to make few comments, please. Okay, if you read the Bible, there is a somewhere written that Yesu akaletewa mwanamke malaya. Watu walikuwa wanataka kumuua. Yesu akawaambia, whoever have ever done this, mwenye hajaifanya hii dhambi akuwe wa kwanza kurusha mawe. So some of these guys hapa wanapinga na wana pretend they are so holy. I'm sure they are hakuwezi kosa customers there. So waacha kujifanya so much holy. And I'll give a very good another example regarding to that. There is a priest Kibira. There were some thugs wezi walikuwa wanapiga watu geta na walikuwa wanaibia watu. One person, kuna mtu volunteer alikuja na idea, akaambia ili muashe hii, naweza mpatia mahali pa kuoshea magari na muachane na hii biashara na hii tabia ya kupiga watu geta na kupora watu. From that day watu walipatiwa hiyo nini kitu ya kuosha magari na wakaanza kujiendeleza, wakaform group. So far that place is so secure kwa sababu walipata job. So kwa mfano ukinipata nikiwa nafanya kitu mbaya, uniambie badala nifanye hivi, wacha nikuwekee kazi, wacha nikusaidie na elfu zangu 5 uweke kazi, washane na hii tabia. Is that wrong or right? We are pretending here to be so holy, and I am sure
Point of order.
So
Yes.
it is no wrong.
Nani?
Ade mwenye kwa mfano mwenye alipatia hao kitu ya kuosha magari, haikumaanisha aliwaambia mnapika watu geta, sasa juu mnafanya vizuri, wacha nimuongezee hii mkaosha magari. No. You support somebody, you transform that somebody to a better place. So ishine higa atika mahe.
Point of order. Yes, everybody hear me?
Yes. And then
my friend amesema he given two, there are two theories here. He defined first that we are holy. We are not holy, my friend, but we try to be holy. And let me tell you, for instance, if Ruto alipeana hiyo 1 million akawaambia hao mama, nataka muache hiyo biashara muingie ya mboga na ninawasupport na 2 million. That is the way to go. But we don't give them 1 million and the business they are doing. So that you are quoting the Bible. Kama you gave us a verse in the Bible. Did Jesus went to sleep with the woman because now he was not holy? But he just say that if any one of you is holy, throw stone to her. Meaning Jesus was trying to eliminate the woman from that and to make the audience know that he can still change and be born again. So Ruto could have used the 1 million to change those prostitutes to church and be the real hustler, is what you are defining. But for me, I'll say in this way, the real hustler name have been defined today. Thank you very much, Mtembe.
Wewe ulisikiza venye aliwaambia.
Interjection.
Aliwaambia I'll give you 1 million and ili muweze ku
interjection.
Yes. So
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, guys. Now I've got an input. Someone is talking.
Introduce yourself, but
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I'd introduce myself, and my name appears. I'm Derek Okomo. I think my name is displayed correct, Cynthia. Now, I got an input concerning what one of us was saying about Honorable Ruto and Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, the incident that took place in Busia. I want to say that currently I'm close to Embu. I'm in Kirinyaga County. And I want to tell you that whatever you do will be done to you at the same time. The other time when Honorable had got a 3-day visit to Mount Kenya, you remember there was some a group of people who tried to block him when he was approaching Runyenjes. That is just some few kilometers from Embu town. And the background of this information, you realize that these youths were paid some amount, some little token amount, so that they can block Honorable from reaching that particular place to address people. Now, recently, Ruto went to the other side, and he went also to campaign and maybe to conduct or to advise people on voters registration. And did you saw the consequences? The vehicle was towed, and maybe a lot of confusion were witnessed. Now, since the campaign began when Ruto was in Mombasa, he never experienced anything. He did his campaign and came back. Raila the same, when he was in Meru Maua, he did his campaign, conduct voter registration, he advised people, and everything was well. So the problem began when Raila was in Runyenje, that is in Embu. And that is why, because of those people attempt to block him from addressing people, it was painful for people on the other side of the Western region when they realized that their king was blocked from addressing people in Mount Kenya. So the solution to that problem was to stone him, was to stone Ruto's caravan. And that is what was done. The other time was in Migori, you remember, about the ODM. It was the issue of stone. So, like it depends on how people solve problems. Like the Luo, the solution to problem is derived from throwing stones. That is what the Luo people did. They will beat you if you are. That's a form of discipline. So with me, I don't see the reason as to why people fight for no reason. Because these leaders, at the end of it, they will sit down and eat on the same table, you see. But to the youths or the innocent people will be fighting, and then it can even result to death. Someone is killing, maybe you are killing your brother, killing your sister for no reason. That's because of politics, of which should not be the healthy politics that we should be having in Kenya. And that is the little that I can say. But what I can assure you today, that my friend Ruto can be the president of this country. I'm telling you for free. He can't make it. Take that to the bank, and you will actually refer to this point that Ruto will never be the president of this nation.
Interjection.
Washington uliongea.
Huyu amesisitiza hata kwa, lakini siku moja anaweza shangaa tu yeye ndiye amekuwa hapo, kwa sababu hata Raila tulisema 2013 eti ya Ruto hawezi kuwa, but at the end of the day alipatikana hapo na hakuna mwenye alikuwa na expect. Again maybe to talk maybe a bit, because hii mambo na prostitute naona hapa iko nyingi sana. Again, our prostitutes ni wakina nani? They are just maybe our brothers, our sisters, our mom somewhere. But again, hiyo pesa vilaliwa pesa. So si nini sana hii mambo na kupeana pesa kila mahali, because you cannot give all Kenyans money, because each and everyone akona needs zake ambaye he cannot. So at the end of the day, it is about opening our economy, to create more industries na all those.
Washington, volume yako uko unaweza ongeza
volume. I think iko sawa, nimekaa karibu na mic sasa. So at the end of the day, it is all about expanding our economy. Now our economy, you can only expand it if you create more jobs to the youths and all that. Na tukiangalia, and also to invest in this money yenye serikali inapata wisely, because at the end of the day, wewe ndio unatoa pesa. Ukienda kununua mkate, unasikia umekatwa, mara mkate imepanda, hii ikipanda, it is wewe mwenyewe ndiye unachangia hii pesa ya serikali. So at the end of the day, so long as we have a good leadership, because even if we talk of the constitution, we have one of the best constitution so far, but only the implementers they want to let down. But again, if we look at Ruto, yani amekuwa branded na hii issue of corruption, which to some extent ni kweli, because tumeona hizo makeses amekuwa, we have the Kimarer Dam, tuko na hizi hila ya Lang'ata ilikuwa, and there are so many ambaye so tukimchagua tena kuwe hapo, then expect more looting to take place. And therefore I don't either support Raila or Ruto, but I know one of them will be president at the end of in 2022. But again, Kenyans, we need to angalia kidogo so that we at least elect the right leaders to lead us. I'm done.
Okay, so Mike.
I just wanted to remind the team. I think we are behaving as if we are naive on the facts and the history of this country. All of us know that all our political leaders, and I can say this very confidently, have some sort of. You can hear me?
Yes, you are clear.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that it is naive for this panelist to discuss with the belief that our politicians don't have any organized groups that rally behind them. Let me just mention a few. If you go to Mombasa, you'll hear there's a group called Wakaliwao. They are based in Kisauni. If you go to Kisii, you'll hear of Chinkororo, and the deputy president was a victim of Chinkororo, which was headed by Nyachae. If you go to Trans Nzoia, you'll hear of Saboti Defense Force. If you come to Nairobi and in its environ, there is Mungiki and other small groups. What happens is these groups are under the stewardship of some of our political leaders, and they're on standby to take instructions at short notice. So when a politician goes to Rift Valley, to Kisii, for instance, and he has not, the leader from Kisii has not been treated well in the area where the other leaders has come. For instance, if a politician from Rift Valley goes to Kisii, and a politician from Kisii went to Rift Valley and he was harassed, all what the leader needs to do is to activate the networks of his militia to deal with his opponent the way he was dealt with. So actually, what we are witnessing is a neutralizing effect. Is that if you treat me well, I'll treat you well. If you touch me, I will touch you type of behavior. Because you can see what happened in Busia is like as a result, retaliation of what happened to Baba recently. So as long as Baba is treated well in Central and Rift Valley, the other leaders will be treated very well. You can take this to the bank. If Joho goes to Rift Valley and is mistreated, believe me, there is no politician from Rift Valley that will step in Mombasa. Joho was able to chase even Uhuru when he was in president. He couldn't walk in town. I was in Mombasa during the campaigns of 2017 and 2013. Uhuru could not campaign in Mombasa town. He would not even stand out of his car. But now that they are friends, you can see Uhuru walking around even in his private car in some of these towns like Kisumu that he would need an armored vehicle. So I think we need to.
Did we lose Mike?
I think he has gone.
Yes, source network. Yes, source network. Maybe someone can speak.
Okay.
Now, maybe
who was Aaron? Okay, Aaron, go ahead.
Now, maybe I can say that let me start with the issue of calling or the issue of giving out the money towards the prostitutes. I think the issue of political narrative everybody is trying to look for all terms and all means to ensure that no one is defeated. And the issue of maybe mentioning sanity concerning the prostitute, there's no harm concerning that, because it's not their will that they are practicing prostitution, but it is out of desperation that is making them to engage in prostitution. So in whichever case that the deputy president is doing, there is no problem. Even Papa on the other side once said that he's going to support those not in a position to take the meal to the table. So I can say that if somebody who is not in a position to sustain himself is provided that amount, who will say that the prostitute is not included, that the issue of narrative of or the narrative of whoever is not in a position to sustain himself is whichever case, any other person. So long as he has mentioned that people who are not in a position to place something on the table by the end of the day. So let me put aside on those issues. I think that there is nothing harm, there is no neutral, the issue of saying that is something neutral. Let me comment on what happened to the Papa the other time in Runyenjes, and also what happened to DP the other time in Busia County. Most of us, the way we are speaking here in this TV show, let's talk in a manner that we are trying to criticize the issue of conflict, the issue of tribal issues, the issue of political difference. Why do I speak at this particular manner? Because I'm coming from the region where when we can hear anything concerning political tension, we are somehow allergic with it. We respond it in a manner that you are not comfortable about it. So I can say that even when we are enjoying making this show, let's not talk in a manner that we are somehow inciting one another, that when DP goes to Papa's backyard, we let the youth to riot, or when Papa go to Ruto's backyard, we let youth to riot. So we are trying to say that let always preach the gospel and preach the issue of peace everywhere. That should be the priority, because I say that we are the victim. Remember that maybe people are just speaking in a perspective where they see the political tension in a just maybe they just hear by news, or they just mention anywhere. It's just by just mentioning over the TV or over the radios. We ourselves from that is the Central Rift, that is areas around Nakuru, the people who are mostly affected when it comes to tribal clashes.
There's much echo.
So what should I do? Can I run away from Mike?
No, you're okay. Just a second. Those who are coming in, kindly, as you come in, you mute. As you come in, you mute. And if you can be on the screen so that we can see you, that's okay. Because we don't want to have all blank spaces on the screen. So if you are done, yeah. Okay. So just continue. You can hear you.
Now, so what I was trying to say is that let's, as we are going on with this show, let's not talk in a manner that we seem to be supporting the issue of youths heckling or rioting over these political leaders who are fighting for who are sending their agenda. And I should appreciate this. The fact that the CS for Interior, that is Fred Matiang'i, was seen to be on the side of Papa, supporting. He seems to be supporting the ODM side, but I'm happy because the way he has reacted on what occurred in the Busia is trying that it is like that the government is really serious on the issue of stopping the riots in the country, and also to ensure that they have the control of the issue of politics in the country. That is what I'm sincerely happy. So as we move on, is it September? The other time I was Bernard, but as we move on with these discussions, let's always preach the issue of peace. Let's let our youth not riot, even if we differ in terms of political stance. So what I can say is that, and that is why the high PC always say that your secret is your fault is your secret, and that is what you should also be doing. Like me, the way I'm speaking right now is I have my fault in which my secrecy. If I know that we might be having other people who have different opinion, but you always say that let's differ in terms of opinion, but let's not differ in terms of personalities. By the end of the day, it's only one person who is going to be awarded the winner. And by the end of it, even if Papa wins to be the president, even if deputy president wins to be the president, there is no way that the deputy president or Papa is going to put ugali on your table. If you are sick, there is no day that Papa is going to take you to hospital. You will remain broke. You will always remain to be a person who is working hard. You will also remain like any other citizen. So I always say that let's all enjoy the political narratives, in whichever case. But one thing is that let always preach the issue of peace over the country. I'm saying this because I once said that I am the victim of political riots over the decades, like 2007. What also used to happen in currently the issue of tribal, which is also cared by some of these politicians. So my last word is to say that let's always preach peace. Let's always talk in a manner that we are not seem to be lying on any other side, or let's talk in a manner that we are not seems to be encouraging other people to participate. Like when DP is heckled on this other part, youth should also do the same on the other side. No, that should not be the case. And that is why I say that I'm happy on what the CS Matiang'i reacted on it. And should any case appeared, even in my area, people seem to be supporting deputy president, but I can also say that if Papa comes when he is campaigning, and maybe it happens that some people are rioting or some people are have a heckling on him, I'm also proposing that, or I'm also supporting the issue for them to be jailed and taken to court for the prosecution. Otherwise, thank you.
No,
Thank
Brother
you.
Aaron, just
Sema.
before you leave,
Thank you. Thank you
you leave,
so
kindly.
thank you so much.
Brother Aaron, just before he
Alan.
left, I've got a question.
Okay, there's a
Yeah.
question for Aaron. Aaron, can you mute so that you have questions?
Yes. Aaron, just before you go, I just want to ask you a simple question now. There's a point I've heard you talking about that whether sick, whether someone so and so is maybe suffering, the elected president will not help you to overcome or to get well in a situation. Now, democratically, do you think you're right?
Let me come up once more.
Okay, I'm asking a question now. You
Yeah.
have said that as much as we are doing politics or we are supporting our leaders, we should be doing it with a lot of moderation, such that we should not take the front line. Because you've mentioned that you are a victim over the decades of years that you've been a victim in rioting. Now, I think we are addressing everyone, we are addressing the nation, because a number of people are watching this show in different places. Which advice can you give to the youth? And with your statement saying that the elected president or the elected leader cannot help you to manage your situation, do you think you are democratically right to say that statement in this Kenya? For example, in this our nation, where we are ruled by the rules that govern the country.
Now, thank you very much. I didn't say that. The point that I said is that we should not take the issue of politics to an extent that you figure it as if by the end of the day, the same elected leader is the one who is to put the daily meal on your table. That is what I said. And democratically, everyone is entitled to work for his basic needs. That is the statement that I mentioned. And I mentioned that let's not personalize the issue of politics to an extent that we forget our personal lives. That is my point.
Thank you, Aaron. Dennis Okello, you have a question? Unmute.
Yes, I wanted. Yes, are you getting me? So I wanted to inquire. No, I am not inquiring. First of all, Aaron, I'm very glad for your presentation. There's something that I wanted to help you in. Yeah. Number one, you are very democratically correct to air your opinion. So in democracy, your opinion is correct. Yeah. But I think to answer Derek Okomo, it's about are you politically correct? Yeah. So to say that he's politically correct about his statement, he was saying that at the end of the day, the buck stops with you. Yeah, whoever becomes the president, for instance, it's not. Don't take it that deep. That if somebody becomes the president, okay, it is their role to, because you've given them, they're the politicians, you've given them a social contract to ensure that your life is improved for the next 5 years before we head to the general election. So it is their right to. It is your right to demand for jobs from them. But at the end of it, think about it, brother Derek Okomo, that maybe ambassador, the embassies, yeah, you are deployed to the embassy. You want to be an ambassador, yeah, and you want that job as a youth. You know, you have to be positioned you have to be well positioned in that. At least you have to have some diplomatic skills, yeah. So you have to be skilled for the administration to help you. At the end of it all, the administration will help everybody, but for you to get some help to some extent, there's how you have to position yourself as a youth. I think, Aaron, if I'm not wrong, yeah. And then there's something that I wanted also to tell Aaron. You said that let us not have personality differences, yeah. So I also happen to be a psychologist, yeah. Personalities have to differ, yeah. Personalities have to differ, but then in a democracy, we don't say we should not differ have personal differences. The way I react to maybe a smile is not the way Themba will react to a smile. The way I'm emotionally attached or socially attached to people is not the way Themba will be socially attached. So personalities have to differ. But the only thing that we always say in a democracy, let us differ ideologically. Yeah. Let us differ with our personalities. But then let us not lose the term that we could have used that is best is let us be humane, politically humane to one another. Let us practice what is called socio-political tolerance. Yeah, that is where you accommodate somebody, whether it is Raila you don't want or Ruto that you don't want. Whenever they come to your backyard, just if it is a must that you really hate them or don't like them, personally, you should not even go to those rallies. Or just keep your cool, keep your calm, let them sell their manifestos. So, with that said and done, there's just one thing that I left with this. Brother Themba, can I go with the topic? Just a moment, in a minute too. Just a minute.
Go
I
ahead.
want you. Yes. Okay. I really like this topic. I was drawn to it about the existence of our sexual workers. Yeah, I like using very human terms. In fact, it is not a problem. This is something that exists in the society. The oldest profession in the world, before even farmers, is prostitution. Yeah, that is the oldest profession. Even if you go dig deep in the Bible, it exists. Any religious books, it exists. Now, the problem is with prostitution is, nowadays, number one, there are venereal diseases. Number two, we look at the social economical impact and the psychological impact, how the society has classified prostitution and how it is, such that we won't lie. I wish we had a lady here among the panelists today, but today we only have men. So maybe I don't want to be also appear sexist in a way, but prostitution exists in its deepest, it is simplest, and also to the extreme measures. Yeah, we may not lie, but the countries that have legalized it, there's a city called Amsterdam. Remember, you know it very well. Anybody who loves football knows Ajax Amsterdam. Yeah, it's from the Netherlands or the Holland. Yeah, so it was one of among the first cities to legalize prostitution. Yeah, and this is how the government has protected them, such that it brings funds, additional revenue. So most of the West have done it, but there are things that again we have to be careful as a nation. Same Amsterdam has legalized also marijuana. You see, the things that the moral constructs of the society. We are bringing up a generation also after us. We cannot live as if this world does not exist for the generation after us. So there are vices that we have to control, such that even if they exist in the society, this is how we mention them. The DP touched on a very, very sensitive issue. I've been to Mtitandei, and the major economic activity that is there is not even prostitution, yeah, or kibwezi. Those people are honey. They're honey. They have a lot of good honey, isn't it? If you've been to that part of the country. Also, their climate is also good and conditioned for things like chicken rearing. Which is good. Yeah, which is very good. But we should also be very, very careful. So I was for this.
Before
Okay.
before you proceed, can you elaborate? Did I hear you talk about hunting? What do you mean by that term? Can you elaborate?
If you go to Mtitandei, they really have a lot of honey. The real honey, I mean. I don't have to sugarcoat anything. Are you good? Are you good?
Okay. Oh, so that act of harvesting honey is what you're explaining.
Oh yeah. So I mean the literal honey.
So,
yeah. And then there is the transport industry, whereby the railway line is there. The railway line passes there through there, and then the heavy truck drivers. So all these economic activities, we are human beings, and whenever trucks are there in Busia and Mtitandei, Voi, such towns, yeah, you'll really expect prostitutions to be there. So what happens if they're not regulated such that the government, there's no social welfare around them? Number one, they're going to be exploited. Number two, they'll end up offering the same service, but then at a throwaway price. And then the DP was very clear. You know, Mia, you don't support the DP, but it was very clear that let them come out and form circles so that they can transit from this work that they're doing and they enter into a legal business. So number one, as the government, what the DP was right to say that they should transit into something that is legal. So what he was acknowledging is that is like there is a crime that is happening around that place, because legally speaking in Kenya, prostitution is illegal, yeah? So if it is there, it means that the authorities have failed. I know prostitution happens in places like Mtwapa and everywhere, but the mere existence of it means that the government has been failing somewhere. That is, somebody has not been taking care of our ladies. That is why they're engaging into prostitution. So what he also had, I'm not saying the DP was wrong, but the DP was very, very right to say that these people should have a social welfare. What he should have started with is the backbone. What leads these people into prostitution such that they don't enter? They've not opted for apiary where they can raise their bees and produce honey. They've not opted for other economic activities like being shopkeepers and everything. So what is the moral decay that made this society to turn into this as a vice of economic production? It means education
Dennis.
somewhere, you know, wherever education. Yes.
Dennis.
Okay, I can give her that. Yeah.
No, I just want to ask you a question.
Ask.
Aaron, kindly mute. Dennis, is it your submission, therefore, that prostitution only exists in the lower economic class? Because that, in my view, is an erroneous perception. You know, if you submit that prostitution only exists in the low economic class, then I don't know. Maybe you can comment on that first.
It's not erroneous, Brother Themba.
Aaron, mute.
Yes, it's not erroneous to state that, because you see what there is a prostitution and having fun. Prostitution is the vice of when somebody procures sexual activities and he pays money, or when somebody provides that service. You see, now with the low social economic status, yeah, it becomes a vice. I told you it is the oldest profession in the world, even before farmers existed. Yeah, even in the animal kingdom, whenever females can't get the food that they require, the law of Lewis provide
Dennis,
prostitution services. So that
the question
yes.
I'm asking, are you relating prostitution with low income?
Yes, very much, very, very much.
Now,
very, very
okay,
much.
now,
Thank
now,
you for
before that, so Dennis, that's in that line, yeah. I think we are missing. There's a concept we are missing. There's a concept we are missing under this discussion. You know, when we talk about the prostitution, I think I'm audible. Huh? Now, when you talk about the prostitution, my friend, it is not all about those who are in low economic level. And I want to tell you that these people, especially those who are practicing the act, they will tell you that they earn money even more than those who are working in public service. They earn a lot of money than public service servants. And by the way, and these people, you know, they get paid per hour.
Otieno, Okomo, just a second. You can mute just for a second. You know, Dennis, for a long time, and I think that's where the DP was coming from, while his intentions were correct. But for me, I see that he has opened a kind of worms, so to say, because number one, the assumption that commercial sex work only happens in low income situation. There are evidence of people who are generally employed in even banks who practice commercial sex work. There are people who live in who are able to even educate their children through commercial sex work. All right. So suggesting that it's only happening in low income, that's number one in itself a wrong assumption. Number two, you said that it is illegal. So by suggesting that they ought to form a circle, is like telling thieves to form a circle so that they can be helped by the government. Because we are saying that it is against the law to steal, but now you're telling the thieves, can you guys come together, form a circle so that we can fund you? You know, that's like trying to now bring it into formalizing. So if someone can easily come out and say, I'm one of the thieves in this area, can we form a circle? All right. So this is a societal issue in my thinking. And another thing, I have no issues with him trying to respond to that society. My problem for me was in the money. So you're giving a million people a million shillings to say, let's give a conservative figure of 10,000 prostitutes or commercial sex workers in, and that is only maybe Kibwezi area. If you divide 1 million with the 10,000, you're probably going to get 100 shillings, probably per person. Most likely, they would be making more per night. And you're telling them, I'll give you 100 shillings to go start another business. That, in my view, sounds 1 million sounds good, but it's a lie. It's another lie. You know, by itself, it's a lie. And when you want to respond to societal issues, when you're seeing people, because sex work is not about the person giving out, the people who solicit for it. So it's a societal issue. You may want to say that you want to eradicate. Whom are you going to target? Are you going to target those who are soliciting or the people who are giving? You know? So even if you want to finish it, those people who are going to solicit for sex work, I mean for those sex, as long as they're customer, it's demand and supply. That's like you say, goods are being offered. So for as long as there'll be people soliciting for it, there will be people offering it. Demand and supply. So when you look at it like you're looking at sex, and that's why you quoted the Bible, and you said this lady was brought to Jesus, and she was told she was caught in the act, but they didn't catch the man. They only brought the lady, but she was with the people. And that's why when you're starting to talk, when you talk about commercial sex work, our first thinking is just women, not men. In this day and age, there are also men who are commercial sex workers. So it's a societal issue that needs a combination of approaches in terms of, if indeed you need to start addressing those who are soliciting. So when there will be no demand, there will be no supply. You know, if no one demands it, nobody supplies. So even if you tell all commercial sex workers to go and form a circle, and there will be still people demanding, they'll be coming, I'll give you this. So I think the intention might have been correct, but I think the way in which he's giving the approach, it's, in my view, a bit erratic and maybe haphazard. Maybe in a political campaign, it might come out as something very attractive, but I don't think it's just something to to address as a political, on a political stage. Let's have Dennis responding to that, and then I'll bring in James one.
Yeah, James, just hold on. Just a minute. Yeah. So let me respond because I just want to give the quickest.
Okomo, when you want to talk, kindly hold on. Just mute. Let's have Dennis talking, and then I'll bring you. Okay, Dennis.
So yeah, thank you. You know me, why I was concentrating on the low-income areas. I know it happens even in much in the high. You can't compare Amsterdam to Nairobi. Yeah, that is why I even started with Amsterdam. But then I appreciate Themba for the education. I only wanted to dig deep into it, such that I thought he could have talked on the reasons why prostitution exists in that place or is prevalent on the first case. Yeah, you deal with the foundation, you tackle the foundation. Why is it that these people are falling in prostitution? Why are they not turning into farming? Why are they not turning into other activities around there? Then there is this, you see, that will also really make bold, yeah,
and hold on,
the
Dennis.
meaning of hustler.
Hold on, Dennis.
Yeah.
I just remember something when you said that. Did you know that? Just mute a little bit. Did you know that commercial sex workers who come to a place, some of them are not necessarily from that area? Just like
sure.
When there's a boom in when there's coffee payments in certain places, commercial sex workers know there's a boom in this place, they throng there. So go on.
Yeah, sure. That is what is happening, because I come from an area called Awendo, and whenever farmers are paid, prostitutes from even up to Mombasa, they go to that place. Yeah. So you are very, very right. You really know, you've really dealt with the social aspect of it. So I was trying to say that there are things that I wanted to correct the DP, because number one, by just touching on that sensitive topic and opening that Pandora's box, indeed today he has given us the meaning of hustlers. Yeah, a hustler is somebody who can do anything to get money, including prostitution, isn't it? So he has really brought out that meaning of even being the hustler part of it and hustler movement. So I'd rather he had tackled the issues that affect Kenyans rather than opening the Pandora's box, things that lead people into that prostitution. And then there's a point that I want to say, but I've just forgotten it. So let me give others a chance to talk.
Okay,
Yes.
James one.
Themba.
Yes, I've been listening to what has been going on, and I would say that there is the legal and the moral part of this issue. These people have not just happened in this country; they have been here. They've been fighting for recognition, and what is now what would seem to be a tacit acceptance by one of the people who are at the highest level of administration could open up a Pandora's box. Why am I saying this? The year before, used to go meet with Mama Boga, leave something for them. The border guys, leave something for them. But now he has to contend with another that group that will be waiting for him in various parts of this country. So you'd rather start rebudgeting. Rebudgeting is finances to accommodate the new group. However, I also initially said that there is the issue of acceptance in the society. Our society is yet to accept some of these practices. And mark you, according to the penal code, it remains a crime. So I do not know which SACCO or cooperative act will support the information of such a group and register it. Not unless they register it under something else other than what they are doing, I do not see them finding the legal status because it remains a crime according to the penal code. And what this man should have done is to be bold enough to move to parliament or lobby the 155 members of parliament that he says he has and take a motion to parliament, legalize, and then start from there. But you see now, when you have populist statements like these ones, I am not very sure that it is going to sit very well with many institutions, many organizations, including the religious organizations, because what he has done is to give a recognition of sorts to this group of people by accepting that they can form, and that actually sends signals that they can operate in the open, lobby, and generally, seek for acceptance in a much stronger way. So we are likely to see a situation across the country in various towns where he is going to visit from now on. We are going to see these groups come up, and even stronger groups of other orientations also emerge. And I do not know how he is going to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James, for that
At
addition.
least,
And
you know,
hold on,
let me take it.
hold on.
And the same thing is true of a presidential campaign. So if a candidate is erratic and threatening, if a candidate traffics in prejudice, fears, and lies on the trail, if a candidate has no clear plans to implement their goals, if they disrespect their fellow citizens, including folks who make extraordinary sacrifices for our country, let me tell you, that is who they are. That is the kind of president they will be. Trust me, a candidate is not going to suddenly change once they get in office. Just the opposite, in fact, because the minute that individual takes that oath, they are under the hottest, harshest light there is. And there is no way to hide who they really are. And at that point, it's too late. They're the leader of the world's largest economy, the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military force on earth. With every word they utter, they can start wars, crash markets, change the course of this planet. So when it comes to the qualifications we should demand in a president, to start with, we need someone who is going to take this job seriously. Someone who will study and prepare so that they understand the issues better than anyone else on their team. And we need someone not with good judgment, but with superb judgment in their own right. We also need someone who is steady and measured. Because when you're making life or death, war or peace decisions, a president can't just pop off. Being president isn't anything like reality TV. It's not about sending insulting tweets or making fiery speeches. It's about whether or not the candidate can handle the awesome responsibility of leading this country.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Hold on. Who is that?
Allow me.
Who is that? Who is that?
Musa.
Musa, wait. Musa, you just came.
No, I was in.
You just came, Musa. Even Ustad
No,
came
I've
here
been
before you.
in the meeting since the start.
I'm here.
Okay.
Please and please.
Even
Allow
Ustad is
me
here. So
kindly.
even Ustad is here. So just wait.
Caesar,
Just be.
Sikiza tafadhali.
Can both of you mute, please? Thank you. We will give you time. I mean, both of you. Welcome, Bernard. You'll all get time to give your presentation. Just mute. Thank you. Now, I think James Wan is bringing some very core important thing, and that video probably takes us into what we have seen. And one thing that I've noticed, commercial sex work is a societal issue, and for sure it's going to bring interesting. I'm waiting for the interesting scenarios that are going to come in the follow up to that pronouncement. Number one, if other places, I want people of Makueni or Kibwezi to tell us if the main source of income for that community that could be mentioned in isolation was commercial sex work. Was that what can be mentioned in their area? As in, and there are other areas like Dennis Okello was saying that could have been mentioned for people to create circles on. Secondly, if you realize Kibwezi, like Dennis was saying, is that the place where commercial sex work happens a lot is where most of the truck stops, where the trucks come and stop and then they go. But there, you realize some of them, commercial sex work in some situations is a moving trade. It is not based on a particular place. It's based on where the money will be found. So it's a societal issue. It brings the question on the core values of the society, you know, and I think a lot is going to come out of that debate. I'm waiting to see if the people of Kibwezi will say, are we the most promiscuous people of this nation? What happened that there's no commercial sex work society being formed in maybe Nandi or wherever the president has been going to? I mean, the deputy president has been going to. So I think I like the debate and I look forward to hearing what happens out of that. Let me bring in, I see Ustad has left. Let me bring in Musa to give his presentation before I bring in Bernard.
Okay.
Kindly always hold on.
Yeah.
Be muting until you are given
Yes.
time to talk.
Habari ya usiku.
Oh, Ustad is here. Sorry. Musa, wait. Just mute, Musa. We hear Ustad.
Habari ya usiku. Habari ya usiku. Naam, nadhani kila mmoja ananisikiza vizuri. Kulingana na mambo haya, mimi huwa nashangazwa sana na kwa wakati huu siasa zimeanza kuchacha, na zinapochacha moto unawaka.
Ustadh, hiyo nini yako, hiyo audio yako iko kidogo
Sisikii. Mwanisikiza?
Haya, sawa sasa.
Haya basi, nasema haya, jambo linalo onekana katika nchi yetu ya Kenya ni jambo ambalo linatushangaza sana. Naibu wa rais sijui nini mbaya na yeye, anawania kuwa rais wa nchi yetu ya Kenya, lakini mambo anayoyatumia ni mambo ya kutia chuki na kuleta uhasama kati ya mawasimu wake. Sera zake siku hizi ni za kushambulia wapinzani wake. Ukiangalia kule nakoenda ni kutaja majina ya wale ambao nawane nao katika kitu kimoja hicho, mara mara vitendawili, mara Shylock, mara nini, tuwashangaa ni sisi. Shughuli zake zote ni za hasira. Ndio maana leo hii hali imegeuka mpaka kuongeza mpaka wale mahawara ambao hali tuwashindwa ni vipi. Ameanza kuwataja, mambo yake yalikuwa ni bottom up, akachana nayo. Yeye ni kuongeza maneno ya kutia chuki katika siasa. Tukiangalia kule Busia alikoenda, hakuwa na mtu wa kumshika mkono kumwelekeza kule. Kakamega watu wakasafirishwa kuelekea kule, umati ukawa mkubwa. Tuliona haya mabasi yalikuwa kule mengi yaliyosafirisha watu kuelekea kule. Matani katika siasa ndio wenzake saizi wanatumia kutia chuki ama kuongeza mambo mengine katika siasa zao. Walipokuwa kiamba jana, ulisikia walipokuwa natilia manani maneno yaliyosemwa na Junet Mohamed kule Kisii. Jambo la kushangaza, matani yalikuwa ni kati ya Junet na Waziri Kagwe, hayakuwa ya kuongezwa kwa njia nyingine ile. Huwa anashangazwa na huyu jamaa. Sisi sote ni Wakenya, tudumishe amani, tuache siasa za uongo na kudanganywa hapa na pale. Mambo ya kurushiana mawe katika sehemu za mikutano ya kisiasa, sisi vijana tuwadanganywa, na mambo haya yatatokea tusipojihadhari. Sisi sote tusipojihadhari, tutakuwa na shida mbeleni hapa. Na mimi nasema haya sababu jinsi ninavyoona haya yakitendeka, anaponena naibu wa rais ni kama amekosewa kabisa, na hasira ni hasara. Hasira huleta hasara katika maisha ya watu. Anapotaja majina ya watu ambao ni wapinzani wake katika maeneo yao, anatarajia nini? Anatarajia kushambuliwa? Anatarajia kukemewa? Anatarajiwa kutusiwa ama kufanya mambo mengine ambayo hayafai? Auze sera zake. Kama yataka kuwa rais, aambie watu atawafanyia nini leo, kesho na kesho kutwa. Jambo la maana, azimio la umoja kwanza, ndipo siasa ziendelezwe. Sina mengi. Shabash.
Asante sana Ustadh. Sasa wacha nimlete Musa.
Yeah, I also want to appreciate for the good memories we shared. First, kwa wote waliochangia, these are good memories kindly. And I've been in the meeting since it started. And first, there was a statement that I wish somebody in Washington to withdraw, because he said that those prostitutes might be our mothers, our sisters, or our aunties. And that statement, I order him to withdraw that thing, because we are not, our mothers are not prostitutes. Where I come from, or my community, the prostitutes are outcasted from the community. And he say that let's take those prostitutes as like our sisters. No, they will never be. They can't afford to be our sisters. Our sisters, some of us, our sisters have morals. And
Musa,
To jump
Musa,
from the statement
Musa,
from Washington, let me go
Musa,
direct to Arrow.
Musa,
Yes,
Musa,
yes,
just
yes.
mute, just mute, just mute, just mute. No, Musa, Washington was right in saying that, in a society, prostitution occurs within a society, and anyone can be any of those. Just like any one of your brothers and sisters can be thieves, any one of your brothers and sisters can be mungiki, any one of your brothers and sisters can be a church member, any one of your brothers and sisters can be. So it's only that those which will feel acceptable to us, we can tell. You can wake up and say, I was saved this and this day. But nobody will come and tell you, yesterday I slept with so and they paid me. So he's just right. I mean, he gave a hypothetical situation and he said, these are societal issues, and societal issues affect society members. So you can only be sure of what you are not doing or what your sister is not doing. Or you can not even be sure of what your sister is not doing. Because of what you're saying right now, they might not even come out and tell you that this is what we do. A case actually is told of someone who went soliciting for sex, and only to get in there, and the lady who is being presented is his daughter. So you cannot know. He sent his daughter to school, in college, and for him, he's soliciting for sex, for payment. So wherever he was going, that is where his daughter was going also to give out sex. So just address without societal issues affect everyone within the society. It is not utopia. It is not somewhere else. It is within us. So I think Washington was just right in saying they are part of the society. That's why even the DP is addressing it. So proceed on.
Let me assume the statement neutralic withdrew. And okay, fine. Let me. There's someone who mentioned about the Kibwesi, about how people earn. There's this honey. I was wondering what kind of honey. There are so many definitions of this word honey, and one of them is what the DP is promoting there. So I came and understand that there is bee honey there, and I believe that is the main source of income there. It's not prostitution. And the reason why some of us, to me, I feel like this is not good to promote those prostitution. Now for every circle, there must be a quorum. Assuming in Kibwesi, for a good quorum of for a circle to be formed there of prostitute is 10,000 prostitutes, and now the only women who are practicing are only 5,000. We want to tell me others will wish to join so that the quorum be big. Is that not promoting prostitution? Kindly, as a matter of fact, even our young ladies, they wish to join. The 1 million figure seem to be large or big, but how you charge it at a time is that the 100 shilling divided to each of them is even less figure than what they receive at a night like this we are talking. And for me, we want to do in God ways, like what the DP, the DP used to be perfect, as I can say. You always speak and make his ways perfect. And so if you are judging Raila that Raila is a Muganga, of which I don't agree with that. In saying Raila is a Muganga, there are prostitutes in every part of Kenya. And if Raila was a Muganga, I believe he could be the one to promote such Uganga, because I believe prostitution is the same line with the Uganga. But he's always in the church. And he said that let those prostitutes make a circle so that they will come out of that business. Do you know that some of those prostitutes are not from a low standard living? Some are rich. But because of what they have learned from far, they have that in their blood. Somebody can be here. Yeah, that's his profession, and he feel like that is her hobbies, and that's why they don't even fear. And today I had a clip and I wish to show you, but I don't have now right away. That they are carrying some bangles written that thank you, Mr. Deputy President, for promoting our work, our activity, and we will give you for free. Can you imagine? So Ruto have a free shot for prostitution for prostitute now. I don't know if he's going to divide it for hustlers because the free shot will be there will be many. So I don't think it's right. Let us not preach. I believe let us do the right thing at the right way. So let us not mix darkness and light. I'm going to end it there, and I wish kindly to send this to everyone that let us speak the fact. Let us not bring politics. This is a matter that is even judgeable in the Bible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Musa, for your. Aaron, what is it?
Now, I wanted to respond to what Musa is believing. Now, I think I can say that. I think we have an echo.
Yeah.
Somebody to unmute. Now, I can say that political terms are always set in a manner that they stand in an ambiguous position. So don't think that the way what Ruto said or what the deputy president said, you will not have a chance to respond to it. He said that let the prostitutes form the groups. You'll also, maybe to other people, maybe say that the prostitute to form groups and also move on with their act of prostitution within the same groups. But maybe you'll also hear you might hear deputy president defending himself, saying that I asked them to quit the act of prostitution, they form groups, and I support them to continue with their businesses or to continue with the alternative business. That is how the politics stands for. Just like how Junaid Mohammed was defending himself in Kisii. He said that I was talking to Kagwe. I was personal. I was talking I was talking to Kagwe in the other region, not in this other side. So political terms in most cases are put in place that they stand in an ambiguous situation. So it's not only that what people say that is exactly what they mean. Sometimes they will change, even if for other people means differently. You'll also hear the feedback, people saying that I didn't mean to say this, I will say this. But in whichever the position that we understand, we must also have at the back of mind, this statement can also mean something else. That is what I am trying to say. So I was talking to Musa that you have reacted that DP was not supposed to encourage the act of prostitution because I've heard him saying that maybe the prostitution will have to come up so that they sum up to a certain quorum so that they form groups. But you might hear the deputy president defending himself say that I said for them to quit or to form the groups so that they can be advised to quit and then they are given a chance. So the statement which I wanted to reiterate is that the statements that are said in politics are always ambiguous. So it depends on how you understand and how you interpret. Thank you.
Now, Aaron, you can mute. Just mute. You know, you are wading on very dangerous grounds, and when you're in a certain position, when you want to be the president of a country, you need not give ambiguous statements. You need to have researched your statements. You should not, and that is part of the undoing of the deputy president so far, because he comes and gives ambiguous statements and he keeps changing. So he finds himself continuously having to shift goals. I agree with you. The intention might have been okay, and I believe that as they write that even the road to heaven, to hell, is paved with the perfect intentions. Everybody has good intentions. So even those who are going to hell have good intentions. So when you are coming to tell us that is ambiguity in what he said, obviously tomorrow when he sees that it has brought out lots of debate, he's going to try and change goalpost. But one thing, like I said, let's hear the different sentiments as we try to understand. I know Bernard came first. Community Ancestor is also here. WG is also here. So let's hear Bernard, because at some point I will want him in about maybe 20 minutes. I'll want him to take over as the moderator. Bernard, go ahead.
Thank you, Themba. How is everyone? I'm not surprised by what the DP is degenerating himself to, because he was headed there. I have said on this platform before that we cannot have no standards for anything. So when the slogan "Kazi ni Kazi" was thrown out there, it was opening up for anything and everything to be called Kazi. And so this is just one of the manifestations of the things that will be taking place as we go. I'm told of a story of a lady who was arrested on Koinange Street for posing as a prostitute by Kanjo. And her plea of defense was that famous gospel song, natumia talanta yangu niliyopewa naye Mungu. So anybody can plea anything on this matter, but I think it is it's uncalled for, number one, for the DP to do that, having portrayed himself as a church person, a church minister, and having been on record to oppose the 2010 constitution on the same premise, okay, that the constitution was opening up the road for same-sex marriage, the constitution was opening up the road for abortion, so we stand against it, we condemn it. He distributed red cards and whistles for church ministers to go around the country opposing the constitution. And most recent, when the BBI was in court, he came out and said he's the defender of this constitution. Every other person want to modulate it, na ajitengenezee cheo. So I don't know what is changing so fast that now the constitution doesn't matter. Let the prostitute make their circle, let the thieves make their circle, let the witches make their circle. He has enough money to fund kazi ni kazi. Kila mtu afanye kazi yoyote. There is funding by the DP. It is the saddest news of the day. And if such a person wants to get the highest office, he must be kept away many, many kilometers, very far from that seat. Because if he's erratic in making those kind of sweeping statements without thinking through, he will end up throwing this country where we don't want it to be. So, like I've said before, I'll say again, the DP, William Ruto, is not ready to be the president of this country. He's not portraying himself like one, and his ambition of becoming the president remains an ambition, but his character is wanting by all standards. And every right-thinking Kenyan should begin to understand that you're playing with fire when you put a novice in office. The Bible is against us laying hands on novice, people that are inexperienced, people that are immature. He said we should be careful to lay hands and ordain them. So this is the time to call in effect that verse of scripture. We will not put a novice in office so that he turns this country into a playground where toys are tossed around and people play around with matters so grave like this. I mean, even if you're desperate, the election is not next week. The election is not 2 weeks from now. We are talking of 10 months. I mean, what is happening? Why is he urgent in getting everybody on his side? That he has to throw away every common sense and begin to lure everybody using everything. This is becoming an obsession that we cannot take it. If you want to get in office and you cannot wait for the time to arrive for you to get in office, that makes you unfit for that office in the first place. And so my advice to all Kenyans is let us think twice, especially those out there who don't want to think again. When they hear UDA, kazi ni kazi, and then they will be given handout, they don't want to think again. The moment you allow yourself to sell your country for handout, whether it is in form of circle, individual, or family, if you are selling the future of your country on that premise, 2023, somebody put a picture of young people sleeping in wheelbarrow and wrote there 2023. That is all you will have left. A wheelbarrow you collected as a symbol for your party, and it has become your bed, it has become your house, it has become your food, it has become your dressing. If we don't think through, the greatest mistake is about to be committed in this country. The DP cannot be defended. Aaron, is it Aaron? That the ambiguous statement and all that, this is deliberate. And I think it's because now that Junaid has been trending for this other issue, I think the DP is booking a place to trend, and probably he has just earned himself one. But trends will just trend for 24 hours. After that, it is over. The presidency you're looking for is for 5 years. When will the DP begin to carry himself as a president? What is he waiting for? I mean, there are things we can forgive. Kina Babowino saying that, the younger politicians saying that, we can forgive them because they are novice. How can you be in politics all these years and end up saying such a thing? I can't compute it. So if the DP has a way of creating a new constitution that allows whatever unacceptable practices, not that there are no prostitutes in the country, not that the practice is being done. There's a difference between when people are doing what they do in private and when it has become a political issue, and when it has become a pronouncement by the second most powerful person in the country. Not that he wants to look into the issue, not that he wants to find a way out of the mess. He's saying they should form a circle so that he can fund it. That is funding like any other business. The way you're funding Mama Mboga, you're funding these people so that they can either book their rooms or furnish their rooms so that they can attract high-class clients. I don't get it. This goes with the old proverb. When the gods want to destroy somebody, they first of all make him mad. I think we are almost there. Let me leave it there.
Thank you, Bernard. I want to bring in community ancestor.
Yeah, I thought
no question.
It was WG, but let me go ahead. Huh?
Can I ask Bernard a question?
Ask me a question. Who is that?
Benz.
Yes.
My question is very simple. Okay, me, I didn't get the statement because it was never shown in Citizen. But the point I'm asking is, was it only meant for that particular area called Kibwezi, or all the towns and cities in Kenya? Because when you come all the way from Busia yesterday or the other day, then yesterday you were in Kiambu, he never promised anything like that one in Busia. He came to Kiambu, he never promised something like that. Then he goes all the way to Makueni. I mean, huko inaitwa nini? Mtutandei. You see, sometimes some of these things are very unfortunate. To go in a particular area, Ukambani huko, alafu you start talking about something which is very, very primitive. It's as if all the places that he has been, there is no things like that. And you find some people support. Hata huko Wakamba, they are not even happy. They cannot be happy with such kind of a thing. Because somebody would question, okay, do you want to tell me there were not prostitutes in Kakamega? He was in Kakamega the other weekend. There are no prostitutes in Busia. There are no prostitutes in Kiambu, where I was yesterday. Alafu anaenda ana mention tu hiyo kitu Ukambani huko. Sasa, how do you explain to those people in that area that you don't, you really hate them, and what you can promise them is 1 million shillings for prostitutes? There are no businesses there that you can organize in a form of a cooperative and give money and prosper. Bernard, can you elaborate further? Maybe you have more information.
Ben, thank you. But like I said, it's unfortunate that the DP would say something like that, and like it has been noted, it's like he's becoming spontaneous with things that he has not thought, he has not taken time to think through and look at the consequences. And some of these political blunders are born out of somebody who is not advised. Okay, the person who self-advised themselves. They are the think tank of what decisions they make, and they make it regardless of who says what. The moment you become your own reference, you are bound to make such mistakes. So that is painting the DP in that kind of light. Just like he started boda somewhere, and now everywhere he goes, he gives a kitty for boda. Then we could say that Kibwezi was a launching pad for the prostitution movement. So anywhere he goes, he will have a kitty for that. And
a question.
A question born from what?
A question.
Relax, you guys. Relax, Kwanza.
No, let me ask a question.
Okay.
Now, Bernard.
Yes.
Is it possible that this man could be falling in the trap of his political adversaries? Especially because you know how sensitive some of the matters are. And of course, we know stereotypes that happen in this country. And then if you have not through some of these things, you end up trapped into a politically damaging situation. It's just my round thinking.
You are not far from the truth. or he will be looking for an exit strategy. An exit strategy whereby he has seen that the going is an uphill and he has promised people too much. He cannot call a press conference and say, I quit. So he's looking for something that can make the campaign hostile, and then he exits the scene. That could be part of the strategy. But this kind of blunders, if he who fights and runs lives to fight another day, you can't make this kind of blunders if you're planning to fight another day. So I don't get it. I think he's just overwhelmed by the situation, and is because he's the alpha and the omega of that wherever political movement, and that becomes a very heavy load on him. Their interest is shouldering them. So if he offers himself as the only carrier, he's the only one to speak in the rally, he's the only one to constitute a rally, he's the only one who can speak in the rally, organize the rally, is overburdened, and because of that, he's bound to make blunders. So this thing that he has begun either is an exit strategy, or he's just tired. He's just tired, and he's tired because of reacting. The moment you begin to react to your opponent, you are bound to fail. You run your race. You don't run another person's race. He will leave alone the Azimio la Umoja to do their thing. Let him play his thing his own way, and not be looking for how to respond every time. The moment you begin to respond to everything and react to everything, you get trapped. And probably he needs, my advice is he needs a sabbatical leave. He needs a sabbatical leave. He needs at least a break. Aende US alale kidogo, ndio tumpokee airport tukiseme DP while you are away. But as at now, if he continues like this,
okay, wait, Aaron. Wait, Aaron. Wait. I know we will go on. Let's have community ancestor giving his submission, and then maybe we can, and also Eric is here, also waiting to give his submission, and then we can, if we'll not have any other people joining, then we can now have the question. So let's have community ancestor.
Yeah, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Bwana Yesu asifiwe nyote hapo. Yeah.
Wengine ni Waislamu tafadhali. So unasema zote.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Ustadi is there? Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, in fact hapo ni kibwagizo cha William Samoei Ruto. Nilikuwa najaribu kuiga kidogo kwa anakipenda kukitumia sana. So mimi nasema hivi, in fact when you dig a hole so that your friend can be able to fracture her or his leg, we are being told don't ever dig so deep, because you never know what will happen. Maybe your friend can be able to all of a sudden, before reaching to that place, and then if he finds a pig's neck, he runs away, and then that snake will run after you, and then you enter into that same hole, and then you die. Now William Samoei Ruto, the other day, him and his team, they were very, very happy when Junet got himself into trouble. Look now what has happened. Just in fact, look, just within in less than 24 hours, the deputy president is trending. Why is deputy president trending? Number one, I want to ask him or the people of Kibwezi in Ukambani. Yani, you mean it is only prostitution, which is a cash crop in Ukambani, whereby the deputy president want the ladies from Ukambani to form a circle so that he can pump money for their business of selling their body to thrive. That is the question I'm posing. And then the other thing, deputy president, our Apple deputy president, in 2010, when he was campaigning against the constitution, he was saying the current constitution is aimed at promoting what we call abortion, right? He went ahead to oppose it. Now, he wants our ladies from Kibwezi to involve themselves into prostitution. And you know, men of nowadays, they don't even use protective mechanisms. So these ladies getting pregnant is number one, because men of nowadays, they say, I cannot eat a banana with the outer cover. So if they get pregnant, what they usually do, because they want to continue earning a living through this prostitution, they go and do abortion. So after abortion, after aborting, wanatupa vijuzi. Mimi wakati nilikuwa pale Nairobi, most of the time nilikuwa naona watoto vijuzi wanatolewa kwa juala wakiwa wametupa kwa nini kwa garbages. So this is now the deputy president anakuja na hii dhana ya kuambia wasichana wetu wa form. Unajua deputy president, by the way, ile kitu mimi ningemwomba angesema kuwa mimi ambaye ninamjua Mwenyezi Mungu, I want you to get out of this these actions or this business. Now I want you to form a group or a circle so that you're gonna start other business apart from prostitution. But now look how deputy president, he has really let himself down. What I need from him, in fact, tomorrow, he just ask for a TV station and what have you, or call for press conference. And in fact, this statement, he is supposed to do away with it, so that in fact, sorry, somebody is so that in fact, somebody who advocates for Christianity, this is a very bad notion or a bad take he has spoken of today. And then my last statement is that someone of the DP's stature, I never expected him to do or to speak of such a sentiment, because you know these bodies of ours are the temple of God, whereby the Holy Spirit lives in our bodies. So namuomba tafadhali, hii statement aitoe kabisa. Sisi tutamsamehe na ataendelea kuuza sera zake kwa Wakenya. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you so much, community ancestor. I want to bring in WG.
Yes, Temba. Good evening, everyone.
Good
Can you
evening.
hear me?
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
We can.
Thank you. Yeah, like I've always said before, I doubt if William Ruto has a well-thought strategy to win this election, a well-thought or blueprint that he can give Kenyans and a policy to sell to Kenyans. I think he's a man who goes by infatuations. He's motivated by the crowds he sees around. And it doesn't matter what he's going to utter. He's just wishing to please whoever is there. And you see, this is a populist approach. It is a populist approach that could easily propel him to presidency. But do you know how dangerous that is? It means that whatever the DP is mentioning, he is not serious about it. He has not given it a deep thought before he puts it out there. As long as it's sweet to listen to, it's convincing and can incite, ululations and cheerings, and make people come in large numbers. That is all he is after. And therefore, that kind of approach is so connish. In other words, William Ruto is conning Kenyans to give him presidency, and we should not give him that chance. He does not have a policy at all. Again, he's taking advantage of the miseries of Kenyans, the miseries that he himself has bestowed upon Kenyans through poor policies since 2013. When William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta arrived in leadership, Kibaki had taken this country somewhere. But when they arrived, everything began dwindling and heading south. So it is him to be blamed. And therefore, today he is taking the same advantage, picking the same advantage, the misery of Kenyans, to advance his mission, which is so evil, by supporting, prostitution. I think he did not think about it deeply for some reason. Number one, that one is going to definitely put him at loggerhead with serious church or religious institutions, Muslims and Christians. The well-established Christianity. Forget about these ones that are formed, the kiosks that we see around the vibandas, those who feed on his loots. Those ones will never say no to anything. But the serious and well thought of religious organizations will pick that against him. The other thing are those people who are championing or who are pro family values. If anyone is having some sense of family values, I think they will just rise up against him. I don't think if women, mostly the women's fraternity, will take this, will take it nicely. I don't think they will take it nicely, because that would mean that there would be ample ground to share their husbands outside there. So they will definitely pick it against him. So I think it's something that it arrived as a form of infatuation, taking into account that Mtito Ande is an area where those kind of people thrive. So when you try to give, the prostitutes that kind of advantage, very soon we will wake up in the morning and William Ruto shall have formed a society of looters or the cartels
those who flees the government, and giving them, some sort of, nice packaged, advantages where to thrive. The same would happen to other very, very wrong, wrong people. So I think William Ruto is a very dangerous person to ascend to the presidency of this country, because number one, he doesn't care. He doesn't care, and number two, he's not well thought. Like I think Bernard is the one who mentioned that he's one person who is not ready for the leadership of this country. He's just trying. Those people who are ready, we know they are well armed. When you go to a meeting, despite the urge to promise something, you hold on and go think about it deeply, especially on a sensitive issue like this, prostitution, abortion, and such like things. You need to think deeply before making announcement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, WG. We also need to appreciate the trends in commercial sex work. It has since evolved into very interesting trends. So it will be interesting to see how they are going to be formed into a circle, because there are also brothels, massage parlors that are also basically commercial sex, places. And I think they're looking at commercial sex work as just the lowest part of income. It is erroneous. And imagining that when they form a circle, then you can give them 1 million shillings. Definitely someone would want to see how is it what you're giving us vis-a-vis how much you are getting from what you are doing. And as I said, like any other trade, for as long as there's demand, there'll be supply. So for as long as there are people needing their service, you can try, to tell them you consider doing another business. But if I'm making more by this, then they're still gonna do it, because they don't do it. They don't do it in isolation, and it is not just the women. It's also men. So it's and like I said, it's a Pandora's box that has been opened. And first of all, is a societal question. Like someone said, you want to consider, is it among many other things like mboga, circle for mama mbogas, circle for boda bodas. You could only feel that we can only form a circle for former commercial sex workers. That already there, I can tell you for free. Tomorrow, or even
Again,
today or tomorrow, in the next campaign, whatever those people want to hit the DP, they will start by telling them, look at how this guy is actually viewing you. He's viewing you as only commercial sex tool, that he could not notice any other thing that he could identify from you people. So you need to show him that you guys are better than that. So it's an interesting scenario. I just want to see. I don't know why they didn't poke holes on the idea before talking about it. There's some things, yes, they are happening in the society, like wash is happening. It's an ill in the society. So will you tell the wash guys to form a circle? Will you also tell, like I'm seeing an interesting post. Someone is saying that even in Nyanza area, is it Nyanza or Kisi? I think Kisi. There's the Night Runners Association. They're also coming together. They need 1 million. So thank you so much, W. I want to bring in. Did he go? I think Benz, and then
Themba, there's something. Please, Themba, sorry for that. There's something slightly I wanted to add, that if the DP wanted to help the commercial sex workers, what he should have done would have been to suggest to suggest some alternative methods to remove some of them from that trade. That would have been wonderful. It would have helped. And because this is because surely due to this economic hardship, there are those who are there not because they want, but they find themselves going there to make ends meet. So if there are such a people, if he would have mentioned that the kind of money he's channeling there is to offer alternative ways of lifting those people from that kind of trade, then it would have been a wonderful suggestion, but not a circle to assist them, make that trade even better and flourishing. That is bullshit and evil.
Okay, thank you. I will bring in Benz and then Eric and then Joe. So Benz.
Bernard, leo sina much ya kucontribute about the guy because I'm perplexed. I have no words.
Okay, thank you. Eric. Is Eric still with us?
Okay, good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Go on, Eric. Go on, Eric. Some of us here, salamu wanga tunaona ni kama unatusumbua sana.
So this is my take on the DP newfound manifesto. I call it newfound manifesto. It's good to launch manifestos, and we always understand politicians. They do speak anything that comes into mind and think that they're pleasing the society. Little did they know, should they know, that there is a third eye. They are the educated lords that will really dig deep into the fact that they are trying to introduce into the society. Always Ruto has been thinking that he's dealing with the illiterate and people who really do not think and does not reason. That's really worrying me with the kind of society that we are in right now. So to me, I will take it this way. In as much as he's coming up with a new strategy or a new manifesto, then I think it's a kind of misleading because this only a glimpse of the road that is going to be in this government. How immoral he is, how hypocrite he is, while coming again and supporting something that is against the Christian value. You all understand that he's been frequenting the churches, giving donations, even greeting congregations in the name of Jesus. So I really don't understand why he's coming with this kind of manifesto while we people are really affected by the economy. Prostitution is something that has been there all through. It was there since the times of the Bible. Prostitution was there. There are people who were publicly mentioned as prostitutes, and they were really allowed to do it. So I'm surprised today when he comes on and says that prostitutes should come up with a circle where he will pump in 1 million. So what is this 1 million going to do? I had them giving a glimpse on how it may be used, but that one really cannot create an effect or an influence into their lives. Then, secondly, I've come to realize that the DP still sticks with the mentality of 2013. 2013, he lied to Kenyans in the broad daylight about the stadiums, about the job creations, about the economy itself. Then people were cheering him up. Then he came back in 2017. The same lies. So he thinks in the same line that people will really buy his ideas and think that people are really desperate for development. Do you know the promises that he made in 2013 are at least, I say A portion of them are just fulfilled by president. A portion, not all of them. A portion. The president is fulfilling them single-handedly, without himself in government, without Ruto himself in government functioning. The president only achieves all this after the handshake. It's evident that when Ruto was in government, he was not much into development, but this man was so much obsessed into succeeding the president and talking a lot about the future of him, not for Kenyans. He was really thinking about him inheriting presidency. So today, when the deputy president talks about all this, it's a show of how we are going to live in the near future, or if or in case he takes over the government. That's my submission.
Okay. Thank you, Vince. Mukulu Wafula, are you there? Can you unmute and speak?
Yes, I'm there, Temba. I hope all we are doing well. Thank you for the opportunity.
There's
Sorry?
something with your mic. You wanna adjust it? Your audio.
I'm not clear.
It's not very clear. There's some sound, some vibration that is coming from it. You can touch it kidogo tuone kama ita. Okay, speak. Yeah, sawa sasa. Oh.
Okay, thank you for the chance to speak.
Kuna vile ulikuwa umeishika. Haya, hebu ongea.
I want to submit here that we can all agree that prostitution is a vice in the society. That's a fact that we cannot run away from. And if there is anything that we can do to reduce or to do away with prostitution, then we should encourage that. Now, having said that, I know that we Kenyans, tumeenda shule, we are intelligent people, but we are also political animals. We cannot run away from that fact too. And you know, as politicians, we have a way of going around the truth, coming up with alternative truth, and making it sound as the ultimate truth. Now, I don't know if we all had the clip of the Ruto in the woman while he was in Mtitande. I want to say that as much as we are intelligent, as much as we are learned people, sometimes we allow our political leanings and our political support to overshadow our education and to overshadow our intelligence. I think if I heard the woman clearly, there was a point she said that she has been doing prostitution for a while, and now it has become something that brings to her and to her colleagues shame. At one point, she submitted that she now has big children, growing children, and she finds prostitution something that she cannot bear. And she was seeking and help. Okay, we know that many people engage in prostitution not out of their own will, not out of their own free will, but sometimes it is because of their economical situations that force them to engage into this vice. Now, if the woman was seeking help, financial help, but the challenge is how that money, or how they will organize themselves so that the money they received could help them to get out of prostitution. I think that is where the challenge is. But the help, if they can come up with a good way that they can use the money so as to get out of the prostitution and to get out of the streets, then that is a positive thing. And my challenge is, I believe maybe Bernard is a pastor, and maybe several people here might be pastors. I'm wondering if we have prostitutes rather, and as a pastor or as a moral person in society, then I believe our desire will be that we convert those people, for the case of pastors, to share in the gospel and to get out of the streets. Or normally, as a normal person, maybe your prayer will be that that person finds an alternative source of income, gets out of the streets, and lives a normal life. And I believe that was what DP was offering the 1 million shillings for. But my challenge is only where you will organize these people in that they can get out of the streets, they engage in an alternative income generating business or venture, and then fend for their family without engaging this vice. But otherwise, all things remaining constant, and assuming that they'll be successful in their venture using the 1 million donation, I think it is a good move. It is a good move of restoring morality. It is a good move of empowering citizens who otherwise have no alternative but prostitution to fend for their family, to get an alternative family, an alternative source of income. I want to submit that I will support the move if at all it will be successful in getting these women, our mothers, our sisters, our daughters out of the streets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mukulu. Let me ask you. Let's mute. Where in this world do you have evidence-based, information that somewhere where money had been given to commercial sex workers to stop doing the commercial sex work? Do you have anywhere where that has been applied?
Thank you, Themba, for that question. Let me say that I have not heard of anywhere that such a thing has been made. But I want also to say that there is always a first time. And even all the references that we draw from, like politically or wherever, all those places had also a first time.
Do you understand commercial sex work?
Sorry?
Do you understand the trade of commercial sex work, how it happens?
My friend, you want to throw me under the bus?
I mean, it's a societal situation, so you can say, okay, I do or I don't. You see, like unlike border, where you see them, they have the borders from border people from Makueni. they have a border circle. All right.
Yeah.
And you can identify where they live. You can go and even say, okay, you people, they have a chairman. You know, it's formal, right?
Sure. Sure.
Is commercial sex work a formal industry?
It is not formal, and in my submission, I say that
And
the
number
challenge.
two,
Sure.
is commercial sex work necessarily because of lack of an economic problem?
I think Themba was very clear in my submission.
Sexual exploitation is an economic problem. Commercial sex work is not necessarily an economic problem. Sexual exploitation, where people are sexually exploited, you go and you give me sex, then for me to give you some basic needs. But in some places, it's actually a trade of choice. For example, you have those people who are just basically they are masseuse and they offer and they give their prices.
I agree with you.
And number two, commercial sex workers do not operate in one region.
Sure.
It is not like you go to Kibwezi, then you'll say that all you commercial sex workers, it's a moving target. It's like trying to shoot a moving target with one bullet.
Yeah.
They go where there'll be business. So if they know the economic trends of Kenya, like where there's coffee, there's a time where farmers go and sell coffee and they get lots of money. All of them will come to that area. There's a time, there's a particular business going on at another place, they will go there.
Yes.
So what you are questioning is not his intention, which is what you're saying. We are questioning the practicality of what he's saying, which we are saying, first of all, that's another lie. 1 million giving, let's say you have 10,000 commercial sex workers who say, okay, fine, from today, we are not going to go back to sell what we have been given, as Bernard said, as our talent. We are not going to sell our talent today. So give us the 1 million and we are 10,000. How much of that can you give to all of them? If you divide that, it's going to be 100 shillings. How much can you do with 100 shillings, even in one day? So it's hollow, and that's why we are saying we are not questioning, which is what you're saying, the intentionality of it, but simplifying a complex societal issue is where we have a problem with the DP. And that is what, if you listen to Bernard, that was a submission. You are addressing the idea of his intentionality. Every leader that is coming has an intention to solve the society issues. Every leader, the DP included and all of them. But some of them give hollow promises, which cannot stand the test of time. And that is where we are coming in. You submitted pretty well, in fact, in terms of its intentionality. We said even the road to hell is, paved with good intentions. But what is the soundness of the suggestion? And those are the questions which even you now, you see, you are not able to understand how the commercial sex works. If it's an illegal thing, how about the thieves? If we say thieves are promising to quit thieving, to quit stealing, so they form a circle, they be given 1 million. So those are the questions, but we are going to continue expanding on the discussion as we move on. And at this point, I want also to bring Bernard on board to continue moderating the rest of the part as I bring in Joe. Joe.
Can I just say something small?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for letting me in. In the first place, I've been following, but not for a long time. I'd like to start with saying that prostitution is one of the earliest professions in this world. It was there even before Jesus, and it still exists up to now because there are customers. It's working for some of them. Secondly, I want to say it's illegal. and you cannot form a circle because all circles has to be registered through some government procedures. So it cannot be registered in the first place. Thirdly, I'd like to say that I don't know why people are thinking that sex commercial workers are just the downtrodden. I know of sex commercial workers who have got apartments out of that work. Some are driving even V8. I know sex commercial workers who have got their own circles, who are also, they're illegal. If you go to Kayonange Street as a woman to try to peddle your body, you'll be thrown out because they are registered and they know each other. It goes to other towns too. Sometimes they operate by streets, sometimes they operate by nightclubs. And if you're not a member or if you're not registered with them, you will be harassed so that you go somewhere else, somewhere else. So let's not look these sex commercial workers as the people who are downtrodden. And I think the way we are looking at them is the way also Ruto looked at them. Ruto seems to be disparate. He's looking for anywhere else where he can get votes. Labda hata chokora wangekuwa na vitambulisho na kura, he could have gone there to maybe promise them some sort of money so that wachokore vizuri. So it's a matter of desperation, we can say. But again, I'd like to say that these women, like has been said with so many speakers, don't like their jobs, what they're doing. Walienda huko kwa bahati mbaya. And I also want to register that this is one of the fast growing profession for the girl child. Because there's no jobs, as the politicians are saying, and we all know there's no jobs. A Form 4 girl leaves Form 4 and there's no jobs. She cannot go to college. She's around 18 years old. She has got no other place to go. Saloon hizo zimejaa. They're also in the streets. As opposed to a male student at Form 4, they can go for car wash, they can go for shoe shine, they can go for border and all these things. And you know, due to peer pressure, this girl wants to dress, wants to buy jeans, saloons and all things, because after school they want to change. The easiest thing is the customers are there. And actually they're the new entrants into that profession. They even start on a good step than the old ones. And it gets into their blood. There's easy money. It happened during the COVID. When the COVID started and the schools were closed, most of the girls from 4, from 3 that were on holiday at home, they made some money, good money. And some of them made money even from principals of other schools. Some principal umenda kunwa, unapata there's a young lass, very beautiful, very young. Unaenda naye, you give her money. To the extent that some girls were saying they cannot go back to school. And they cannot understand why their parents could not make easy money the way they are making. Some went back to school and they could not follow what the principal was saying because they have slept with about 5 principals. Who are you to tell me what to do? So the market is there, and especially for the young girls. But I don't take it kindly the way Ruto handled it. Maybe he meant well, I'm not sure. But I know he's desperate, he's looking for votes. These prostitutes, just like the downtrodden, should be helped or rehabilitated. I know of some churches that have taken prostitutes and they have rehabilitated them. I know of some prostitute that has gone off the street, got married and they make good wives. So their life should not be destined that they should stay as prostitutes. If there's a way of helping them, yes, good. That's okay with me. But I think the way Ruto put it, it's out of desperation because he just wants votes anyway. And he thought this is a market, the Alienda Kibwezi. And then maybe somebody whispered to him that this place thrives because of prostitution or something like that. It's along the highway. And all these trailers going to Uganda, Rwanda, and all this, they stop there for some time. So when somebody must have, I don't know, I'm not sure, I was not there, whispered him that most of these women you see here are prostitutes. So I think he jumped into that, like you have rightly said, without thinking of the consequences. He's looking for votes. Actually,
I have a question, Joe.
yeah.
Why would Ruto be desperate? Do you think he's the way he's seeing things is like the ground is shifting because he
That's what I
began
want to say.
campaigning long time
Yeah.
ago, and
The ground
where
is,
he has reached,
yeah.
The ground is turning.
The ground is shifting very fast. You see, like when you went to Western, the first stopover was where? Namale or where? Butula. He said he'll give the women 40 billion. The second stop, he said 100 billion. The third stop, he said 40 billion. So this guy is not consistent. He's doing things in desperation. He just wants to buy vote. He's got the money, and if he's got the money, he thinks he can flash them and buy anything that appears in front of him. So that's what he's doing without thinking deeply. But actually, Ruto he's despairing because if you see already there are some moves that Mudavadi might join Raila. It's already like a foregone case that Gideon is with Raila. And Kalonzo, I don't think Kalonzo has got the money muscle to do a campaign on his own.
I
So
also have a question.
maybe too. Yeah?
I also have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I wish you could. I may ask you whether you've just gone through the whole video on how Ruto seems to be supporting the prostitutes at Militias, and I would just wish that you could have heard, because I've heard you the way you are putting it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like Deputy President is supporting them to continue with their prostitution. I've heard you saying that Ruto could have just find a way of assisting them in a manner that they don't still participate in the same case of prostitution. But I think the video is very clear. The clip is very clear. The statement put in place by the deputy is very, very clear. And the way I
Aaron,
see,
Aaron, you're not asking a question. You're clarifying, right?
That is what that is the question that I'm asking. Is that I'm asking
Yeah, I want to
whether
see.
Joy have.
I saw the
I'm asking
clip.
whether, let me put the. Yeah, you saw the clip.
Yeah.
And I hope that. So
what
let
I'm trying to
me
say.
ask you. Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I'm not supporting what he said, and I'm not supporting how it came out. Maybe he did it out of despair, like he's been saying things and he's not consistent. He forgets what he says yesterday at a certain place, and he says another thing over the same issue, but in a different way. I gave the example of the Western tour. He talked about giving Mama Mboga. There was a 40 billion, there was a 50. And that's why I say that this guy is despairing and is desperate, and he's doing things now without thinking them through. So alipofika pale yeye akaona tu wanawake, labda aliambiwa hivyo, akasema okay, I'll give them. it is wrong. I first started saying that it's illegal. Secondly, I said it cannot be registered. But I know they have their own sort of circle unregistered, and they have a way of operation. And the lastly I want to say is that Ruto's tactics is taking advantage of the lowest in the community or in the society. If you see
just a second, Joe.
Yeah.
Just a second. Bernard, you take over.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay, Joe, continue.
Yeah. He's taking the advantage of the lowest, either through poverty or education. People who cannot question. He's giving out money and promises. But I think this will fail because the more he talks about these things, the more people are believing that they cannot work. So that is my submission for now.
Now, allow
So
me
I've
to.
said it is wrong. It is wrong to give the women money so that they can operate better. No, it is wrong. But I'm saying it's right if there was a way that they could be brought out of that profession.
Now, allow me to comment on Choi's submission. The reason why I was asking whether the deputy president seems to be supporting the act of prostitution, the way I can say, I asked Joy whether you watched the clip, and indeed you told me that you watched it. But I can see the way you are putting your statement is that there seems to be some misunderstanding on what the DP put across, and what you are exactly what you are saying. DP says that he will support them in condition that, because I heard that they used the word if, and the word if means that you are given to do, or you are given chance to do something with a condition. So Deputy President, I heard him saying that if they promised to lead the act of prostitution, there is where they are going to be supported.
Excuse me, Aaron. Aaron, do you have the clip? Aaron, unmute.
I have, yes.
You have the clip. Can you share the link?
I have the.
Share the
I have
link.
the
Share
clip.
the link.
Now allow me to, Bernard.
Yes.
I have the clip, but I cannot. Maybe I will exit here, so that I will share the link to the Facebook page. Already I have the clip, and that is what the DP said, and that is why I wish that, Bernard, I saw you the other time playing that playing different clips. So maybe your system is somehow advanced because you are the admin. You could have played the clip exactly the way it is, so that you can accommodate us to contribute to the statement.
No, Aaron.
Because
look here. I got into the discourse when it was in the middle. The person that started the show must have played the clip. I only don't have it in the background. That's why I'm asking for it, and I've been searching for it. So if you have the clip, you do is log out, get us the link for the clip. Let us get the clip. We'll play it. It will solve all those questions. Other than us,
let me exit, and I also do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Omwami. Omwami anaenda wapi tena?
Yeah, what I'm saying is Ruto is just buying anything on the streets, whether it's legal or illegal. Yeah, too, bora he's seeing votes peke yake tu. These people have got kitambulisho, they can register voters, so anything will go for him. That's all I can submit for now.
Okay, thank you, Joe. And it's understandable if he's beginning to despair too early. He has been in the race for 4 years. By now, he should begin to be tired. May he find the grace that is necessary. Jack Kindube, habari ya leo?
Amjambo.
Hatujambo, vipi huko?
Salama kabisa. Salama kabisa. Nimesikia hiyo tukio ya leo. Kwa hiyo
yes. Kijana yako ameamua, sijui
naweza kuambia kwamba jana wengine walikuwa nasema kwamba lugha yangu haikuwa nzuri sana, lakini huyu ni jamaa muongo. Hana hizi vitu zote ambazo anafanya, ukiangalia hazina msingi, kwa sababu unatakiwa kufanya kitu ambayo ina msingi. Kama unataka kuwasaidia hao kina dada, au uwe na mpango ya endelevu, ile ya muda, ya kwamba inaweza kuwasaidia kwa siku zijazo. Maanake hata hao wafanyikazi, kuna wengine hawapendi, kuna wengine wanafanya kwa sababu labda za shida ama nini, kuna wengine ambao wanapenda, lakini uwe na mpango ambayo inaweza kuwasaidia watoke katika hilo. Wale wanataka kutoka waweze kutoka, lakini kufika mahali alafu unapeana, ni kama unapeana hongo, unaona, ili uchaguliwe. Hiyo, kufanya namna hiyo, kusema ukweli, mnaweza kuona huyu ni kiongozi wa namna gani. Naweza sijui kama ninyi mnakumbuka, labda wengine wenu wamjui, lakini mimi nakumbuka kuna hotuba moja nilisikia ya Mwalimu Nyerere. Alisema ukiona mtu anataka sana kwenda State House, hata anatoa pesa ili aende State House, huyo mtu muogope kama ukoma. Mnajua ukoma? Umuogope. Umuogope kama ukoma. Unaona? Kwa sababu huyo ni mtu hatari, kwa sababu hana mipango, anataka tu kwenda pale State House. Kwa sababu hizi mipango zote ambazo anasema bottom up, lakini kwenye msingi gani? Kuna msingi gani? Mimi bado nitarudia, unajua, usipojenga msingi mzuri wa nyumba itabomoka. Hata kama hiyo nyumba umeweka vitu gani huku juu, itabomoka. Na hiyo tunaweza kuona nchi yetu tangu tupate uhuru. Wakati nikiwa mdogo kulikuwa na minister moja alikuwa anaitwa Gikonyo. Alikuwa akisema kwamba ifikapo mwaka wa 1980 kila Mkenya atakuwa na maji masafi, atakuwa na stima. Ilifika hiyo wakati hakuna stima, hakuna maji, kwa sababu walikuwa wanazozana, kwa sababu hawakujenga msingi ambao msingi ni kuleta umoja kati ya Wanakenya, wajione ni Wakenya, alafu wafanye kazi, kwa sababu hawatakuwa na mzozano, watakuwa wanaketi wanaelewana. Kwa hiyo hii mambo ambayo Ruto anafanya, hata hii jambo ambayo alifanya leo, kwangu ni jambo ambalo kwamba ni mtu ambaye sasa ako desperate, anataka kutupa pesa kila mahali ili kujaribu kusema kwamba hao wampigie kura, lakini hiyo ni jambo mbaya sana kwa sisi wana Kenya kuona mambo kama haya. Sijui kama nitapata nafasi ya kuuliza. Niliuliza swali fulani jana, kama mtu ameifikiria na kuweza kunijibu, tafadhali atakaye kwa anazungumza, kama anajibu anaweza kunielezea nisikie. Niliuliza jana, sijui kama nirudie ama mnaikumbuka.
Tukumbushe.
Niliuliza kwa nini China imeendelea na iko na party moja na hiyo party kwa macho ya wale watu wa magharibi, western world, ni dictatorship. Kwa nini wameendelea? Kwa nini hiyo nchi imeendelea kiasi hicho ambapo kila mtu, hata western yote, Amerika, Waingereza, wengi China inawakopesha. Kwa hiyo nilitaka mtu ambaye anaweza kunielezea ni kwa nini. Kwa sababu mimi jana hiyo nilisema kwamba ingawaje sisi sote hapa hivi tunafurahia kuwa na vyama vingi, lakini nilisema kwamba mimi nina matatizo fulani ambayo kama nikielezewa nataka niseme haya malalamiko yangu, kama mnaweza kunisaidia juu ya hizi vyama. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you. Utapata jibu. Omwami hajarudi. Community ulikuwa umechangia? Okay, hebu nilete
Aaron.
Naweza changia.
Subiri kwanza community. Aaron, ngoja kwanza. Tumkaribishe dada Nancy. Vipi?
Poa. Habari zenu?
Salama. Karibu kwa show.
Okay.
Haya, unaonaje mambo haya yanaenda vipi?
Naingia kwa show nikiwa. Mambo ni magumu by the way, kwa sababu sisi wanawake ama sisi watoto wa kike, si mtu yote mwenye anafanya usherati haimaanishi anafanya usherati kwa kupenda kwake. Hiyo jambo by the way linikasirisha tena sana. Ukipata wengi wetu, huwezi hold mwanaume more than 2 to 3, but unafanya ili hali kwa sababu ya pesa, unaona. But kama wangekuwa na kazi, sidhani kama kungekuwa na mwanamke mwenye angefanya usherati. Why does he want to pay ladies just because of the prostitution? That's too bad. In fact, that is an abusive language unto us. He used an abusive language, and that's why many Kenyan ladies come out of Kenya just to suffer in Saudi. When they suffer, they call on them. They don't help them because they are just used to, hata wakiwa Kenya, they'll be prostitutes. It's wrong. So, me wakiwa Kenya, siwezi pea Ruto kura kwa sababu it's an abusive, and it's the first person I've seen being niko Saudi, niko Jeddah, manipanaita Saudi Jeddah. So that was my opinion. Thank you.
Can I answer your question, please?
Yes.
Nancy, I submitted here earlier. There are some
Yeah.
prostitutes that have apartments and they're not leaving that job.
Yeah.
They're no longer poor, but they want to continue with that job because
Yeah.
it's paying. Some of them are driving big cars. So I don't know what you mean when you say that it's because of poverty, but because unless we classify
It's
which
because
category of prostitutes that Ruto is targeting. But I know some prostitutes are very rich and they're not
okay.
leaving
As I
that
said,
prostitution today or tomorrow. Thank you.
Now,
I say it's because of
maybe.
prostitutes. Because in that company or in that apartment, you will find they're staying maybe 3 to 4 ladies, whereby they stay 3 to 4 ladies so that they can contribute that money to pay that rent. And maybe that car, it is not for one person. It is a contribution of money so that they can reach a certain target or a certain place whereby they need to meet a client for that work.
Nancy, maybe you didn't get me right, eh? I'm saying there are prostitutes, women, they are classified as prostitutes. They have made so much money, they have bought plots and they have built apartments and they are owning those. They are actually landlords or landladies. I understand the ones you're talking about. But there are some that are rich. If you go to Mombasa, you'll see prostitutes very rich, very rich. Very, very rich. They have built apartments, they have built flats and all these things. But still, they don't want to leave that job because it's paying. Thank you.
Now, Bernard, I can see now you have the clip.
Can you help now?
Sorry, Aaron, I'm looking at the clip.
Yeah.
It's refusing to download. It's like it's blocked. And until I download, I can't play it here. But let me see. I'm trying out my witty way to get it.
Itumbi ashacheza na hiyo kabisa.
That is why I was saying that. That is why I was saying that we might be putting out our views here, but we have not captured exactly what was said in that meeting. So I hope that maybe the way we are judging it, the way we are discussing on it, might not be exactly the way we are judging it. If you can hear the same clip. So Bernard, can you try as much as possible to play that clip so that people have their views? Thank you.
I think there is a YouTube alternative clip. You can use that instead of downloading from YouTube, from Facebook.
If you have that, if you have that link for YouTube, do you make up?
Yes.
Okay, let me try this. All the same, tuendelee kuchangia. Nani alikuwa next? Mike ndio amekuja.
Kuna jambo moja nilikuwa naambia Joe kuhusu hii swali ya Nancy. Joe, in fact hao warembo wenye unaona wamefanikiwa katika mambo ya kuuza mili zao na wamejenga manyumba makubwa, wana drive magari mazito. My brother, huyo mrembo upatane na yeye akusimulie yale ambayo amepitia, ndiposa amiliki hizo plot ama amiliki hiyo gari ya kifahari. Hata wewe utaanguka chini uombe Mungu akuje haraka sana kupeleka mbinguni, sababu most of them in fact hata they end up killing their prey, because umepatana na jamaa songo kabisa na unajaribu kumwambia kuwa in fact maybe ya nifungulie biashara, jamaa anakataa. Then kutoka hapo inabidi huyo mrembo anamwarinjia jamaa, anamalizwa. Then kutoka hapo anaingia kwa akaunti yake, pesa tu inatolewa polepole na mrembo anaenda kununua nini. So in fact hii kazi ya ukahaba, wale ambao wametajirika wakikusimulia venye wamepata hiyo mali, utashangaa. So si kazi fresh hivyo ambayo sisi tunaipigia upato kuwa wasichana wetu wapewe pesa waendeleze hiyo kazi. No,
nakubaliana na wewe vile umesema. Mimi nilikuwa kisema tu kwamba sio wote ati ni maskini. Hata wezi, kuna wezi anagonga mara 2 mara 3 na anaomoka. Mimi nilikuwa naeleza tu vile hali iko, tusione kwamba wote ni maskini. Lakini nikasema lilifafanua kusema kwamba Deputy President anatafuta wale tu wa maskini. Yeye haja yake sahi akona pesa, anataka kununua mtu yote ambaye akona kura na akona shida. So yeye anatoa tu sababu akona pesa na wale wakona njaa ya pesa ama wakona shida. Na sio vizuri vile anafanya, sababu kuna watoto wetu ambayo wamemaliza kidato cha 4 na wana kazi. Wakisikia vitu kama hizo yako watakimbilia huko. Kwa hivyo sio vizuri sana. Sikubaliani na hayo mambo sana, lakini nilisema kwamba kama inawezekana
mwana Asla, mkiniona hapa si mnaona Asla. Aya, bwana Deputy President, mimi niko hapa, mimi natetea tu commercial sex workers. Hiyo ndio kazi yenye tunafanya na ni ngumu sana. Ni ngumu sana, tunadhulumiwa mpaka hata tunaambiwa hatuna maana, mpaka tunapewa majina mingi, tunateseka, hatuna la kufanya. Aki na masingle mothers tuko hapa, tunategemea hii barabara, hakuna kazi, tunasomesha watoto na hiyo. Jameni, sasa tafanya nini? Aki tuangalie tu, utupatie kitu, tufungue kazi. Ndio hawa hapa wote, ndio hapa. Mko wapi sex workers? Please, tuko na tunafikia kitu, biashara ingine tufanye. Hiyo biashara iko na aibu, watoto wetu wamekuwa wakubwa, tufikie biashara ingine.
Nimesikia mambo ya Karo. Huyu mama amenieleza kuna watu wanafanya biashara fulani na sasa watoto wamekuwa wakubwa na hiyo biashara haiwezi kuendelea. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka nimwambie Karo, wewe ngombi, unajua inachukua mtu jasiri na shujaa kusimama mbele ya naibu wa rais na kusema mimi nafanya biashara ya aina fulani. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha ya kwamba hawa kina mama kweli wameamua ya kwamba wanataka usaidizi. Na kwa hivyo Karo, mimi nataka nikwambie, mimi nitawasaidia muanze kufanya biashara ingine. So mimi nataka huyu ngumbi upange sako ya hawa kina mama. Huyu Karo atakusaidia, anasema yeye ndio Secretary General ya hiyo group. Alafu mimi wakishapanga in the next 1 week nitakupatia shilingi 1,000,000 ukuje ili hawa watoke kwa hiyo biashara ya usiku ambayo wanasema inawapatia aibu, waweze kufanya hiyo biashara ingine. Unasikia mama Karo? So panga watu yako, huyu atalete hiyo pesa na mjipange hapo.
Haya.
Clip ndio hiyo.
Yeah, from the clip,
Okay.
just like what I was saying, Ruto is just buying votes. Now, this one looks like he was actually ambushed and he could not run away from it. He was just
That is
ambushed.
exactly what.
Yeah. He was ambushed, and because he's despairing and desperate, he had to react to it because the crowd was overwhelming. That's my view.
Okay, Bernard.
Sorry. Okay. Order.
Bernard.
That's a very a very trying moment. All the same. Sasa hii sako ikitengenezwa itaitwa jina kina nini? Ninyi mnieleze tu vizuri. Hii sako inaitwa there is no way we can run away from
Somebody suggested here inaitwa ex-sex commercial workers sacco.
When did they become ex?
Now, Bernard.
In 1 week's time.
When did they become ex? It's different from conversion. Okay, as preachers, we preach somebody get born again and then he has changed his lifestyle.
Now,
this one is changing premise of business. There is no guarantee that that will not be an extra hassle, probably. But all the same, let's not judge anybody.
Bernard, what I read from the clip is that this was the way it came. It just ended like that because 1 million in 1 week. Then after that, so there should be a well thought, a well thought approach towards such a challenges. And that's the reason why in my submission I put it that William Ruto does not have specific, he does not have a well laid down, designed blueprint. He acts through infatuation and thinking like that way. He's able. You would see how the excitements and the cheers that he got from there. So that is how he's going on and on and on and on. But the bad thing is that those gullible people we might just end up choosing William Ruto to State House just like that. Not giving it an afterthought, because if that one ends up like that, then tomorrow what happens? In the long run, there was no solution. It was just that engagement, and that is all. He would remove 1 million, and that's all. So what else for those people who will be, for the girl child tomorrow who will be experiencing such a challenge? Will he meet another Ruto? And because elections will not be held every other month, campaigns. So what will happen when people go back to their senses? This is where I picked William Ruto to be misbehaving in his campaign. Maybe someone should just call him to order.
Thank you, WG.
Nataka kusema jambo juu ya hiyo.
Subiri kwanza, kuna ile track ambayo tunapoteza saa hii.
Okay.
Naomba wale watu ambao hawajachangia wachangie kwanza, ndio wengine wapate nafasi ya pili. Tusikuwe na rotation ya watu wawili wanaongea wengine wiki-witness. But what I can comment on the matter is that the DP did not handle the situation like a national leader. There are things that you don't decide in public and then create a circle in public and make a promise in public on such matters. It was an issue that even his mouth could not pronounce, but he has already committed himself to the same, and he created a circle. So there is no way he can run away from that particular situation. The best way would have been he hands over the matter to his PA, give the Nini, let the local assembly, the way he has gone to meet the people of Mtito Andei, and probably dissolve it on the other side. But now that he decided to make capital out of it, it becomes his cross. Hawezi kujisafisha kutoka kwa hiyo, ni ngumu sana. All the same.
Now, allow me, Bernard.
Ngoja kwanza
Just a
Aaron, wewe
moment.
umeongea sana. Ngoja kwanza Aaron, kwanza you should keep your mic mute. I keep muting you and mute every time. I said the people who have not said anything, they will be the first one to go first, then others will follow. So ngojea papo hapo, kuna JJ na kuna Mike. Tuanze na Mike.
Thank you, Bernard, for the opportunity. I want to give some background before I give you the feel of what I want to say. If you look at Obama's first time in presidency campaign strategy is one that has been documented, and even a case study has been done. It is something that is also being analyzed in university on mobilization and strategy. And it was so meticulously done that anybody trying to seek for office in this age and time should borrow the book or a script of what he did. What Obama did is, and remember, Obama was not rich, and he's still not one of the richest anyway. He mapped the country, USA, in a very, very scientific way in terms of he got the demographic right, the age group, the race, the economic status, and of course the needs of the country. And there are two things he did. He looked at where he can get most of his votes and how he can now reach those voters. Come to Kenya. Number one, I want to put a disclaimer. I'm not a supporter of Deputy President Ruto, but I give him for his genius way of looking for votes. He has actually borrowed a script from Obama and come up with a slogan. That is one. The Yes We Can, he has come up with. Unfortunately, he has come up with very many. He started with Wheelbarrow, Hustler, Dynasty. But all the same, he has borrowed a script from Obama. Number two, he has dissected Kenya into that demographic segmentation of age group, economic status, and of course in Kenya you can't run away from tribe. And he has gotten a very scientific analysis of how to approach each segment. So if all of us appreciate that 70% of voters are below 35 at this time, about between 65 and 70%, and if all of us agree that 70% of voters are living below $100 per day, then that is the segment you will give much emphasis to. And that's exactly what DP Ruto has done. He has broken down the group into youths, and you will see very consistent statement. Youths, Mama Mboga, Boda Boda. Those statements are not by accident. They are very well scripted statements. And of course, yesterday he has added our Mama wengine that we cannot explain their trade. Believe me, that even what happened there was well scripted. For those of you who might think it's embarrassing, you'll be shocked that nothing happened there by accident. You cannot climb the DP's vehicle without pre-checking and pre-planning. So those of you thinking a lady just walked from somewhere, stood up and said things, are in for a root shock. What has that done? It has addressed the Ukambani, let's say 5,000 traders. But those 5,000 traders represent the over 500,000 traders in the country. And those 500,000 traders have been told by DP Ruto that he is with them and he values them regardless of what they do. So he has attended to mama mbogas, to borders, and now he has enlisted a new entrant of those traders. So politics has no morality. Don't be cheated about morality and integrity, not in Kenya at least. How you get your votes is what counts. I don't know whether they say the end justify the means or the means justify the end, but that is what is happening. So as we bombard, I gave a disclaimer, I'm not a fan of DP, but as we bombard him, know that he's adding to his list a certain segment every week. Last week it was this group. Of course, he has gotten the churches, he has gotten these traders. Tomorrow he's going to seek for another group. And as we demonize him, his numbers are increasing. Remember the story in the Bible of people crying, "Give us a Barabbas." We will talk morality here, but in 2022, people will say we want our Barabbas. He's a thief. He promotes prostitution. He promotes corruption, but that's what we want. So as we discuss, let's not really emphasize morality, integrity, because it will not count. It didn't count in 2013 when 2 people were charged with murder, rape, and forceful displacement. It will not count in 2022. I rest my case.
Bernard, some remarks, please, to Mike.
Please, I want us to let everybody speak first, then we can rebut. Let's go to JJ.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ben, and good morning, everyone.
Morning to you, Karibu.
Yes, basing my opinion and my submission this morning is that, based on what you consider going around in Kenya, one thing we must acknowledge is that our youths and everybody in Kenya like handouts. That's something we cannot despise. And being that everybody like handouts, that's the biggest challenge that is affecting our country. That's why we find that when you go to the UDA side, they will always come up with a way of at least giving out some handouts so that they can capture the mind. But another thing that I come to say this morning is that being followed with a magnitude in a political rally doesn't satisfy that you'll garner all the votes you are getting there. Because you find that, considering on the latest report that IBC is saying, is that out of the 6 million they were targeting, so far they have 720K, of which it means that people are not registering. And based on some things that I've heard outside here, you find that youths are saying that no need we vote, no need for us to register. After all, the votes have been counted, we won't do anything. So at least we can say that being followed by a magnitude every now and then, the UDA party cannot change. Maybe it won't change anything. And then when we under some circumstances, you can find that UDA is a party made of shenanigans. Those who are surrounded by scandals. But the moment you want to say that those who are everybody that is around you is someone who has a scandal, obviously they will be giving you some advices that won't help you in future. So Bwana DP, the moment by the time she was saying that he will give the Malaya community, let me say like that, the 1 million, it's like somehow just like there's a lady who said that it's like an abuse. Nobody, a prostitute does not go out of his own will, but it's due to some pressure. Maybe he has nothing to sustain herself, so you find that they does this thing for at least sustainability. But what I can say is that Ruto being followed by magnitude, even Raila Amolo Odinga in 2017 was followed by a magnitude. In 2013, magnitude. All along, he has never been followed. He has ever been followed with a magnitude. But what they fear, this thing they always say, the deep state. It is the deep state that does everything. That does everything. So you will find that the moment these people comes out to say, I talk about the deep state, even us, the locals, we should ask ourselves, what is the deep state? Because even with them, they fear that. So being followed with a magnitude, you can't say that that justifies that Ruto will come 2022, he might win. Raila did that. And remember, mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka. Ruto is a child to Raila. All the tactics somehow is using are tactics that Raila had used. But you find that now that Raila is now coming, Ruto is feeling the heat. And due to the heat, he must look for a way to capture the mind of that person who is suffering to bring into his camp by sharing handouts. Every rally, he must do something by giving someone some cash, giving a group of people, so that whenever these people hear about Ruto giving them millions of money, but you'll find some people saying that Baba does not always give out. So you'll find that anybody who is thinking of voting, he will be thinking of mimi nilikula ya nani, let me vote for that person. Not thinking that you ate it once, what about the other 4 years, the 4 years ahead, what will you eat? So that is my submission this morning. I think I can rest it there.
Okay, thank you, JJ. Now we can receive the rebut from Aaron and then WG.
Now, I think I like what Joy has put across. What DP is actually doing is well set. It's not by a mere accident that whatever is happening is unplanned. Remember that the model that the deputy president is using is to win the popular. Apart from, there is no day that a politician will always sell bad manifestos. Like if we can compare the two leaders vying for the presidency, there is no day that Papa is going to give the agenda that is null and void, that is not applicable, that is not actually, we can say it can be practical. Same case to deputy president. There is no way that he can give out the agenda that seems to be null and void, that seems to be not applicable. So the issue here is that every aspirant here is trying all means to ensure that he wins the majority. Who never knows? You know that the way he has responded to the way deputy president responded to prostitutes, that might be, who never knows, that might be another mechanism of campaigning. You know, the way prostitute attracts many people, you might be sending the message severally, maybe saying UDA all the time. That could be the issue. So we never know. And that is why we are saying that everything that these political leaders are planning has a way forward. It's only that people like youths might not be in a position to respond. It's only that those who are wicked, those who have poor reasoning, are the ones who are going to make a poor choice. Otherwise, technically and practically, we can say that there is no leader who is pure, and there is no leader who always give fake promises. So what Ruto is doing is that he's always trying to win the majority. in whichever terms that you use. Yeah, I like what Joy said. Was it Joy or Mike? He said that once I know that there's somebody who said that politics is not about honesty. It's not about being sincere. It's not about saying something which is not associated with that. So as Ruto is always ready to face anything, and that is why we say that even if he's ready to accommodate such people, he already knows that there is a part that he has touched. Maybe people are going to respond it in a negative way, but all along, once the politician gets their seat, as they deliver their agenda, there must be a negative part of it, and there must be a positive part of it. And that is why what Ruto is trying to do is that he's trying to ensure that he check on all the possibilities to ensure that he wins the majority. Otherwise, if we consider their agenda right now, their agenda for Papa is 100%. The ideas are straightforward. If you also check the agendas for Ruto, the ideas are straightforward. If you can criticize on the pot, the two agendas that are laid down by the Papa and also laid down by DP also have some weakness. We may ask a question: how are you going to lay the issue of funding youths? Then you may also try to see the other side of Papa saying that how are you going to pay 6 million? So 6,000 shillings for every poor Kenyan. So that one, you can see that by the end of it, there is somebody who is going to win the majority. The question is how and who. Otherwise, if we talk about the issue of sincerity, the issue of trust, we may end up be confused. It's only people
Bernard,
like us here who can reason. It's only people who are in the meeting like this one who can reason. But for people who are poor, they might not have that issue of reasoning like the way we are reasoning. That is my take.
Bernard,
Aaron, you are
let me let me
sounding
let,
like a lawyer, okay?
let me
And
get this first.
hold on. You're sounding like a lawyer who wants both the judge and the criminal to accept that the case before them doesn't need hearing. So the judge can go and rest, they let the criminal will go home free. I think as much as politics is mad with dishonesty and exaggerations, leadership needs to be separated from politics, okay? And you must be able to portray yourself as a leader who does politics. Not a politician who's looking for leadership. So when you fall for everything and like stage manage something like that, just for the sake of being viewed as you are the one who is more concerned about a specific group of people that are forgotten, I think that's going too far. That's going too far. And then on the other hand, our politics are not decided by handouts. From the little history I have, our politics will, for a long time still, I believe, be determined by our tribal differences and our tribal inclination. And now that the youth have refused to go and register, at least those would have voted across their tribal differences. But now that they have kept away from registering, it is still becoming too difficult to bring this 2022 elections to be decided by out of our tribal lines, number one, and then out of our whatever age bracket. So the age bracket that was to tilt the voting will not be sucked into the register of the register of voters within the remaining time. And so
we should be prepared for the outcome, because you may go for the popular vote and play the populist politics only to end up with the root shock, because Kenyans have a way of going to sleep, and when they wake up and they remember their village, they remember their tribe man. It's difficult to change them. All the same, WG alikuwa, ngoja kwanza community. WG ulikuwa na maneno.
Yes, you know, sometimes it baffles me how people take life casually and putting them in the hands of politicians who are casual politicians. Remember, your vote today determines your life in future. It determines also the lives of our children and our grandchildren and the generations to come. If our forefathers did better with this country, we would be having different lifestyles, most of us at least. But because of the tribalism, because of the how do we call this, where you only choose to work with your close families. There's that word that I'm missing. If someone can remind me.
Nepotism.
Sorry? Yeah, nepotism. If our forefathers, those leaders whom we elected in the 70s, if they avoided some of these things they did to us, you see, we would be having some different lifestyles. We would be having some, at least afueni kidogo in our lifestyle. The same way, if I see some of these young people, especially, where is this guy who's just spoken? He's already left, and he's the one person I wanted really to address. Yeah? If you go and say that even Raila and Ruto, all their policies are not perfect, and therefore it doesn't matter what a politician tells you, as long as he gets the kura. That is, to me, that is quite absurd and careless. That is so absurd and careless. Number one, I think it is our duty as citizens to put politicians on toes so that they can only promise us what they will deliver. And if anyone cannot show how he's going to reach to give us what he has promised, then we have no business choosing that person. We have no business at all. Number two, you cannot say that one politician is exactly like the other. It is then, therefore, you are not even fit to contribute here. You don't understand how things go. Because look at the politician's history. What side of life or what side of leader, which side of history has he been all through? Economically, has he been a person who's uplifted the lives of anyone? Economically, has he been in a situation whereby he has formed policies that have uplifted Kenyans both democratically and economically? If that person does not have, what makes us believe that this person has something relevant that he will give us? He may just be having a lot of money that he can't know where to put. Some of the monies that we see them, throwing here and there, actually they are just washing those monies because they are condemned monies that were acquired illegally, So this is the right time to wash them. That is number two. It is incumbent upon us to have our future at our hands. Let us not, just throw things like we are we are motivated by how a person behaves, more or less like how much money they are giving us now. As a matter of fact, if you can't eat that money and vote for the right cause, then don't even take the money, you know, because right now, just recently, people were crying about fuel. And every the thing that made every other price skyrocket, you know, the prices of commodities, life became unbearable, you know, and this is because of the policies of a bad government. The same issues we raised in 2013, just around 2012, when some of these guys were coming in, and people just ignored the same way they are ignoring. You can imagine another 10 years or even more of mismanagement and governance. So that will, where will that bring Kenyans to? And that's the reason why we are, eat those monies, but please let you not, you know, get your senses and put it aside. Then you begin praising things that don't make sense. And Mike, I think your observation was quite good. You are playing the same role we are playing here, because we must, even if a politician is very connish and ni mtu mjanja, let us discover his ujanja where it is, and not only call it to order, but also do the right things. I like the way you put it, that he with those careless, the way we are saying it is careless. Ruto is gaining followers every other week, you see. So what we should say is that in our position as people who know what he's doing and can see him clearly, what can be our advice to the society? What can we do to prevent that? Because surely that is what I've always said. We might just be, you know, shouting here, and he's using those tactics, and the clueless people will just vote him in, and we will be suffering for the rest of the day.
Bernard,
I respond.
Yeah, if can I just chip in?
Hold on. Let there be order, please. Let's hear from community first.
Asante sana Bernard. Mike, nimekupata vizuri sana. Hey, you are really an intelligent man. Mungu akuweke. Yeah, in fact ile kitu nimekuja kugundua, huyu William Samoei Ruto ni mjanja kweli. By the way, unajua mimi sikuwa nimeona hii clip. What I saw ni ile kuwa Ruto amepromise sex workers pesa wakifungua circle. So vile nimekuja nikaangalia hiyo clip, nimelearn that William Samoei Ruto, hii ni kitu alikuwa amecheza. Huyu mrembo maybe alimtoa mahali alimtoa, akamwambia wewe kuja useme ABCD, then kutoka hapo si watu mama mboga nimewasort, nitawapatia 100 billion, watu wa boda nitawapatia 50 billion, watu wa kioski nitawapatia maybe 20 million. That is vile yeye huwa anasema. So wacha sasa nikuje kwa hao wenye wanadharauliwa, wanaonekana kuwa wanafanya kazi chafu, then kutoka hapo nitakuwa nina gain. Ushaona sasa? So and in fact this is the leader ambaye vijana ambao wametoka shule, ambao hawajui hata 200 shilling note vile inaonekana. Sasa hivi pesa zinamwagika kama mvua kwao. Wataenda wampigie kura miaka 10 ijayo, kwa rais mwenye ameingia kumtoa inakuwa ngumu sana. So William Samoei Ruto akichukua uongozi na vile lack ku create jobs for our young people, mngoje mpaka 2032. Si eti ni 2027 mtamtoa. Huwezi ukatoa incumbent manze mwenye akona deep set na security apparatus wote. Si rahisi kumtoa brother. Maybe utafute Katabile imtoe State House, lakini inakuwa ngumu. So maombi yangu yamejibiwa. Mungu halali. Hawa vijana wenye William Samoei Ruto wenye wametoka shule 7 million wenye IBC ilitaka wanini, because I saw it. William Samoei Ruto anajua kabisa Raila Amolo Odinga, maybe wale followers wake wenye walimpigia kura 2017 ako nao intact. So ndio William Samoei Ruto apige Raila Amolo Odinga 10-0 ni kukimbilia hawa vijana 7 million. Akichukua tu 4 million baada ya kuwapatia hongo hawajaiona pesa, then kutoka hapo watatilt the outcome of presidential elections ya 2022. But now vijana it is 760k out of 7 million ndio sasa hivi IBC washatangaza ndio wameregister. Si kwa na waombea wasinini, but huyu William Samoei Ruto kwa sababu he has failed us, lazima asimamishwe kwa pande zote. Lazima asimamishwe kwa pande zote, because he has failed these young people. Sasa hebu niambie, hawa vijana wenye wametoka shule form 4, wengine university, hawana kazi. Walikuwa promised kazi kutoka 2013 every year 1 million. William Samoei Ruto ndio huyo amekuja anasema kuwa atawapatia 4 million kazi haraka haraka akichukua uongozi kama 2022. This guy is a liar. He's a liar. Then kutoka hapo huyu Arun nimemwona is a UDA guy. Arun nimeangalia, but akupande ya but sema kama mimi Harun vile nasema mimi ni Raila damu just kuliko yani amecamouflage kuwa ako UDA ako ODM. No, Arun maongezi yake vile nimeyapima, he is a UDA guy. So but ataki kuja open, ndiposa tupate kunini kama ni kufuatilia mambo yake tuyafuatilie. Sasa ako ODM ako UDA, so ninajaribu kumwei huyu kijana ako pande gani, but nimempata. Is a UDA guy, but amejificha kwa sababu anaona ni kana kwamba watu wa ODM tuko wengi hapa, tunaweza fanya nini, tunaweza muingilia akose la kusema. Be open, useme kuwa mimi ni mtu ya Ruto, na ile kitu yenye inafanya ninamshabikia William Samoei Ruto ni ABCD, na mimi mtu wa ODM wa Raila niseme kuwa mimi nashabikia baba kwa sababu he has promised me that the corrupt elements lazima atakanyaga hizo vidole zao zenye zimechachawa zipasuke, then kutoka hapo wa release pesa zetu manze zenye wameiba. Ama wakati mmoja atafinywa, then kutoka hapo au wengine wenye wanataraji kuwa wataenda kuiba itabidi waingie chini ya maji. Alafu na baba ameniambia kuwa ataunda industries, so maybe those are the things only two. Hiyo ndio vitu ambayo ndio inafanya mimi nashabikia baba, kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza ata fight corruption, amenipromise, nimesikia na masikio yangu. William Samoei Ruto hajaniambia. Alafu ameniambia ataunda industries. Leave alone hii 6,000. Hiyo yenye mnaita sijui handout or what. Leave alone it. Mimi tu hizo vitu mbili, fight corruption, niundie industries, vijana wapate kazi. Hizo zingine sasa kutengeneza barabara, kutengeneza mashule nini zitakuja baadaye. Only that. So hilo ndio hiyo ndio mchango yangu kiasi.
Now, can I chip in?
Okay,
I
go
just
ahead,
wanted to
Joe. Then we go
Yeah.
to Mafra.
Yeah, I totally agree with him on some parts and some parts not. One, we are not saying who is a better presidential candidate than the other at this point. We are talking about the actions or matamushi ya Ruto kwa wale wenzetu ambayo wanafanya hiyo kazi. Vile nilisema hapa kutoka mwanzo ni kwamba Ruto musione ni mjinga. Ni mrongo lakini sio mjinga. Tangu 2013 Ruto anaangalia wale watu wako vulnerable. And that's why he's been targeting the youth that are desperate for jobs, mama mboga that are suffering, boda boys, some of them are even graduates, but wanafanya hii kazi. And you know, a drowning man ana grasp at a straw akifikiri atamsaidia. These people are so disparate that they see hope when they are promised these things. They cannot think the consequences. They cannot think the history. One thing, Ruto avoids history. Why do you think he avoids history? Because yeye ni mrongo. But he's clever. He is now targeting. Do you know how many prostitutes are there in this country? Labda alisema pale Kibwezi. People might say alisema hapo Kibwezi. But prostitutes are condemned people in a society. And if they can get recognition, vile alisema Kibwezi, hata ukienda Kisumu sasa leo, utasikia sasema we have been recognized. That's a lot of votes. That's a lot of votes. Ukienda Mombasa, ukienda wapi, Nakuru, at least they are now thumping them chest kwamba it's now official. It's not something that unaona haya. We are not condemned as such. And that's a lot of votes. What they don't know is Ruto anataka kununua votes yao too at this moment. He's got the cash. But in future, they'll just go back to the same trade. Hakuna kitu watapata. So I support Anaitwa community that Ruto is right. He's going to get additional votes. And that's why I was saying this guy is so much disparate that he wants any kura mali anaweza pata popote. And he's targeting the low of the lowest. And that's why ile hustler movement, it grew like fire. Because the majority of youth are also disparate. They have despaired in life. Na wakisikia kitu kama hiyo, watamwagika wote. Ndio vile walimwagika yote. Although right now, because Ruto has campaigned on this, along this line for so long, people, some of them have started questioning. But majority, and I'm telling you, kama you are a prisoner, na mtu amekupromise kwamba iko njia atakutoa, and you have been prisoned to life, it is worth trying than kukufa kwa jela. And this is the tactics Ruto is using. Because some of these people, like even prostitutions, they've been there. Wengine wamesikia watoto wao ni wakubwa. And now they're getting ashamed because you cannot tell your daughter to be upright, and yet she knows what you're doing. So it's a stigma. It's actually a stigma on their life. It's a stigma that goes wherever she goes. Hata kama nimesema kuna wengine watajiri, it's still a stigma. Hata ukiwa unapeleka gari gani, soon some of them will be driving, watakuwa na ninio, fly na helicopters. But in a society, you're condemned. What Ruto is trying to cleanse them, apate kura yao, and that's all. That's what I want to say.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. And Ruto is desperate, yes, but I don't get why he should give such a promise too early in the year when the elections are next year. You know, you could pray on these people if it was the election was next week. But to sustain this kind of a narrative for 10 months after the 4 years of campaign, I don't think it's sustainable. So I think, in my opinion, it's a blunder by him thinking that supporting this group and this group and this group, he will support them for 10 months and then they will feel good the whole of 10 months and be able to decide to vote for him. That is a long shot, in my opinion. If it was that the election is next month or next 2 weeks, then he will have netted in as many votes as possible. But in 10 months, it's enough time for people to think out and begin to see the in between the lines. Some of the money may fail to arrive, or it may be sent to the lawyer, and the lawyer who went to register the circle did not bring the money. So the outcome may be to the other side, but we are free to think otherwise.
Jambo moja yani,
community
just one.
Okay.
Ninasema namna hii ya kina Jakindu Bay, Joe Wafula, Patriot, Me Community, Bernard na Mike, na kuambia Mungu halali na Mungu ni wa ajabu. Mungu ako na mafikiria mazuri sana kwa watu wetu wa Kenya. 2022 we are going to get a very good president, na hakika 2023 tutaimba kabisa tukisema Mungu asifiwe. Ni sababu gani? William Samoei Ruto kama angenyamaza na hizi cards zake, asisi expose mapema namna hii, my brother my sister, Raila Amolo Odinga ama yakina Musalia Mudavadi, hiyo uongozi wangeionea kwa view sasa. But Mungu ni wa ajabu, alimwambia expose yourself, expose all your cards, then kutoka hapo, kwa sababu you have failed these very people wenye unapaport kuwa unataka kuwafikisha Canaan. Mimi mwenyewe nitaleta kiongozi mwenye atafikisha hao watu Canaan. That is so hizi zote hizi unaona hizi vile William Ruto anafanya, hii ni mipango ya Mwenyezi Mungu, na hakika Mungu atatufikisha Canaan vile anataraji. Kama William Samoei Ruto ange-expose hizi cards maybe 6 months to general elections, oh my God, one touch angechukua uongozi kabisa. But now vijana wanaendelea come into their senses kuwa hakika kweli William Samoei Ruto he has failed us. Ndio unaona sasa hivi inakuwa ngumu kuweka hawa vijana into siege. Hii ni mipango ya Mungu. Asante.
The community, you community, you are too passionate. Thank you for your contribution. Now, Patriot, I want to give it to you, but there were some rebuttals. I want to finish with rebuttals so that you will have sufficient time to make your submission, and we should think of beginning to wind up. But before that, Wafra, you have something to say now?
Yes, Bernard. Let me just say something small here.
Quickly, in 1 minute, then we hear from Mike. I'll have to Rudy kwa Patriot.
First, I want to disagree with those of us who are saying that Ruto is desperate on one ground. You see, Ruto was very intentional by starting the hustler narrative. As much as we say that we have grown and we are more intelligent voters, we depend on logic rather than going by the web. Those are just a chunk of voters. But majority of Kenyans, especially the quote-unquote hustlers that Ruto is targeting, those people are still likely to be moved by the handouts. And when you see him targeting the mama mbogas with donations every other day, he knows very well that there is a possibility that these people are still able to be moved by these handouts to vote in a certain way.
Exactly.
Then sorry.
I've just said exactly. You are very right.
Okay, thank you. And when this woman came out from the crowd, I don't think that she was just any other woman. Yes, she came out to represent commercial sex workers, but I know that it was something that had been scripted. She was aware of what to say and how to say it, but it was choreographed as if to come out as it was an ambush, it was a surprise. That's why when you look at the clip, Ruto seemed surprised, and he also seemed to be moved by the courage of this woman. But I know that before this woman came out to speak about the use of commercial sex workers, they had already planned the talk. And if you realize, the man was not already on the ground for this particular group. But for all other, what we can say, legal businesses or legal groups, he had carried them with him. So it was something that was choreographed intelligently so as not to paint Ruto as a person who had already planned prior to come and support this particular group, but so as to come out as an urgent issue that had just come up without planning, without prior notice, but it was something that was in the plans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's quickly, Mike, what were you saying?
Yeah, just two quick points. One is somebody, I think it was WG, who said, as we discuss and debate, we need to make this forum very productive. I would want to segment this discussion in three segments. One is give the current affair. The current affair, like in this scenario, is what happened. Then two, move to the ideal situation. And then three, move to how do we influence a society to move to the we cannot say the ideal situation, but to the more practical situation. That will help us influence and impact society positively, even as we discuss and brainstorm on issues happening around us. One is to educate people on why people do the things they are doing. And that's why I started by saying the DP is not working. Whatever he's doing is not an accident. It's very well scripted, choreographed, and planned. His choice of the segment or the target group he has identified is not an accident. One, he wants to get maximum impact, that is in terms of numbers. Two, the vulnerability, as somebody said. I was just looking at that age group, 25 years age or even 35 and below are people who just 10 years ago or 15 years were maybe in Form 1 or Form 2, and those people didn't know politics. So in 2010, the same person who was fighting devolution, which has brought money to the regions, is telling people that I want to bring money to the regions. A mature person like me would say, you fought 2010 constitution, which was fighting for money to be devolved. But now a 25-year-old will not know that. A 25-year-old will not know that the DP Ruto never sold chicken. The chicken farm that he has is actually a very modern chicken that was set up by Chinese just recently. So in his life, he has never sold chicken. So when he tells 25-year-olds that I'm a hustler like you, they're able to buy it. But for somebody like me who knows that he left college and went straight to State House with Jirongo, would not buy it. And that's why that segment is very, very attractive to him, because he can get away with any lie. But now, as a forum, how do we help bring that information and knowledge to the youth who are already carried away by this falsehood? I think that is the discussion we should keep propagating as we discuss that we need to pass the right message about each leader, because what they say is not what they stand for. So how do we hold them to account? I think it's by giving an account of their life, because if we go by manifestos, there is no manifesto that will say that we shall kill people, we shall not increase education, we shall not build schools. There's no manifestos that is negative. All manifestos are very attractive. But then who can we hold or trust to deliver their manifesto? Because even if we went with the bottom-up model, which, by the way, for me, I don't even have a problem with, because the bottom-up model is actually borrowed from an ODM member, David D, who was holding it, who was holding brief for Raila from 2007. It's only that Raila has never been president; otherwise, he would have actualized it, because rural electrification is a bottom-up. Is taking electricity to the rural areas. Rural road access is bottoms up. Is taking roads to the rural areas. That's what Raila stood for, and that's what he was able to implement when he had a small title of Minister of Roads and Prime Minister. So it's not even about the models or the ideas they have. It's about who do you trust of the two that can deliver what they're saying. And you'll find that one person is very inconsistent. They have never delivered on their promise. So that's what we need to remind the people on. I've just touched on the manifestos or the models each party wants to bring. I don't know whether you people have thought about the 6,000 shillings. Are you aware that 6,000 shillings is not a one-off? It is per month. And if it's per month, are you aware that you can go to a bank and get a loan against it as a salary, as an income, guaranteed by government? You can borrow 50,000 and start a business with it. So it is even much bigger than the amount promised by the other faction. Even if he puts 100 billion, not everybody can get 50,000. So actually the other option, and I think Raila, unfortunately, and I'm his supporter, does not have people who can execute his agenda well. He has better ideas, but poor communicators of his agenda. The other people are very good at propaganda and populist, and they seem to be running away with their agendas. Politics is not about a good idea. It's about how you sell your idea. It can be a bad idea, but the way you package it, it comes out well. And Kenyans are known to buy ideas. They were told they will get a bullet train. They were given an SGR. They were told there will be 9 stadiums, and they were told that there will be Wi-Fi in every constituency, and they bought the ideas. So let's not say that Kenyans are wise. We need to communicate the right message. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I think that's clear enough. Huh? But Rome was not built in a day. Like I said, it's important that you run your race. When you begin to react to your opponent, you may miss steps and have a great fall. As much as William Ruto has his script and is acting on it, with the assumption that he will be able to deceive as many as he can deceive. Deception never works all through. You may be too clever to think and be able to preempt everybody's imagination, but if you get cornered, the repercussions are too dire. And it will also it will be very effective if he had a team of liars who are, who are helping him lie. But if you are the author and finish off the same, when you get cornered, you're finished. So that's why to me it looks like it's very simple to handle him. He's a one-man army. It's like Samson, when Samson of the Bible, when Samson was arrested, that was the end of his army. I mean, he had nobody to come and rescue him. But let's allow the politics to play. And I believe the Baba team are also laying down their strategies and building on it. And that building up is what really sustains the momentum. But the explosive one, it becomes very easy, it becomes very difficult to sustain. It's like you go to Mombasa, you build the momentum. When you come to Nairobi, you begin afresh to build it up. So there is no that aspect of keeping the steam whereby you can hold the country and you feel the heat of the country, the call it what? The temperature of the country. From Nairobi, you know that Turkana is feeling the same thing Nairobi is feeling. You will not do that politically if you have to start afresh every time you go every place. So there is still room for improvement, I believe. But the deception is played for too long. In politics, you don't use the same strategy the same way. So William Ruto still playing the 2013 and the old KANU book of rules. Sioni akitoboa, lakini all things are possible, they say. Patriot, nataka kupatia wewe na wewe ndio utakuwa ya mwisho. Unless kutaibuka mambo mengine. Jack, ngoja kwanza Patriot. Jack Kinbe. Upo.
Katika maongezi yake. Asante sana.
Yes, hilo swali lako naomba tulifanyie uchunguzi kwanza, kwa sababu kuna sehemu mbili, okay? Kuna sehemu mbili ambayo kama vile sisi ni watu tumetoka kwa enzi ya KANU, okay? Tunajua faida na madhara ya chama kimoja na tunajua faida na madhara ya vyama vingi. So hakuna vile tunaweza sema chama kimoja kinasaidia maendeleo kuliko vyama vingi, kwa sababu wakati kulikuwa chama kimoja hapa mambo mingi ilienda mrama na hakuwa na mtu wa kuuliza, kwa sababu ilikuwa kila mtu analazimisha kulala kama bahasha. Baba akishasema tingiza, tunatingiza, mambo yote yameisha. Na katika hiyo hali ndio shilingi mimi nimeshanunua sukari kilo moja shilingi 4, mkate ilikuwa shilingi 2 na sumni, na haikuwa mwaka moja, like a period of like 6 years. The difference of prices was in terms of cents, and kama imepanda ilikuwa sumni. But when Moi came in and with this Jirongo thing, the shilling jumped from what? From 35 shillings to $1 to 65 in less than a year. All that was a policy passed by one party government. So if we don't have right leaders in a particular scenario of governance, we will still suffer regardless of how many political parties we have. But checks and balances, I believe, is the way to go. Kama kuna mtu ambaye atapika kelele hapa kunaibwa, tunaweza okoa vitu kadhaa. Lakini ikiwa wote tutapigwa tuingie chama moja UDA, tuache hivi ama vingine vyote, basi tukifika wote kianza kufinywa, hakuna kuongea. Unajua hakuna space ingine, and in the process inchi inakuwa vitu vingine. So lazima tuangalie pros and cons. Na kwangu mimi naona multiparty inatupatia space ya kujiexpress. Huku ingine tutaanza kupimiwa hewa, kupimiwa kupumua, kupimiwa mawazo, tutaambiwa cha kufikiria na cha kusema kila wakati. Hata kama kuna maendeleo na hiyo, sioni kurudi nyuma ni ngumu. Lakini you can give your response before we go to Patriot to give his submission. Mute. You are still mute.
No, okay.
Juu ya yale mazungumzo ambayo yamekuweko.
Yeah.
Mimi nataka kuwasihi sana vijana na Wanakenya wote, nataka kuwasihi sana tusikilie sana juu ya uchaguzi ambao inakuja mwaka ujao. Ningelipenda kusema kwamba sisi ambao tunazungumza hapa, ambao tunashiriki hapa, tuiweke iwe jukumu letu kwa elimisha na kujaribu kuwaelezea wenzetu ambao wako kwenye mrengo huo wa UDA, ndio, na wale ambao hawajui waende upande gani, tuwaelezee ni kwa nini, kwa sababu kuna wengine hawajui sababu na maana. Lakini mimi nataka kusema kwamba kuna kusema manifesto zote huwa ni nzuri. Kitu ambacho inatakiwa ya maana sana tufanye ni kuangalia sifa za mtu, yani scorecard ya mtu. Tuangalie wale ambao kuna vijana ambao hawajui, unaweza kuelezea, manake inatakiwa kuangalia mtu. Baba ile kanuni chama kimoja, Raila alikuweko, jina lake limeandikwa, alikuweko na alipigana kufa na kupona. Tukija kwa katiba, jina la Raila ilikuweko. Tukija na kuna mseme wakati wa chama kimoja, tukao viongozi ambao wote kimoja tu wanapigania viongozi wote ambao wanataka
Jack Kindbay, kuna itilafu ya mitambo. Itabidi utoke, utarudi baadaye. Kuna vile sauti ya kwako haiko sawa.
Asante.
Yeah. So utatoka studio alafu rudi ndio balance hiyo vizuri, alafu utakamilisha usemi wako baadaye. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa Patriot kisha tumsikize Mlumbu ndio tufunge station. Patriot, go ahead.
Good morning, good evening.
Good morning to you. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Fine.
We don't seem to get you.
Here.
Mimi simpati huyo.
Yeah, it's Ebu, you had logged in with 2 devices. Eh? Let me kick you out from one. Okay, speak up, Leslie.
Hello.
Yeah, that's better now.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Hello?
you. Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay. So I was saying, let me start by going and diving directly to the topic of today. There is a twofold scenario when you look at the topic of today, in as far as the presidential contestation is concerned. And for me, we have to be too critical on how we analyze this issue. There is one thing that comes out very clear when you analyze the issue of funding the sex workers coming from a person who has been professing to be the Christian while he calls his opponent Muganga. Because we have the capacity to evaluate the philosophies of the people who want to ask leadership in this country. So on that breath, I think the whole thing tends to damage the following of Ruto as far as the Christian community is concerned. And then why? I think how much that happens, I want to agree with one of the panelists who said that the way you articulate an issue is very critical on what kind of following you're going to have. I think it's very obvious that the DP is very good in articulating his issues, whether they are lies or facts. He's able to bring them out very well. And I think he knows he has that precision in that regard, and that is why he limits himself to himself when it comes to executing what he wants. And you can see when he wants to execute some of these issues, he's the one who takes them the role of being the MCA, the guests, and he's able to do that. I think let's agree that is credit that is attributed to the way he does these things. So if we had a good team from Baba, and I think we need to agree that to be able to deconstruct such a kind of a character, you need to have very brainy chap and guys who are very articulate to come up with a clarity on how some of these things are, which are actually lies, are actually misleading the country. So the articulation as an art, I think, is wanting on Baba's side, and it's high time he formed up a team that will quickly deconstruct that. Like, for instance, this topic, it will make a lot of sense if you went straight to the Christian community and exposed this, because you cannot you cannot promote a vice. The daughters of Kenyans today who have gone into prostitution and sex working as an income, one, it is because of the lack of the jobs that are available. You know, it's like saying you meet a group of thugs and thieves and you tell them, form an association, I'll give you money, you know, such that you get an income. That's not the way to do it. The way to approach an issue like this is very key. That's why in Western countries, an issue like this can easily destroy the campaign of somebody very, very thoroughly. I think the way to put it is what is very critical. We need to get a team that should be able to bring out this issue. And it's very clear that this kind of a self-admission that as much as they profess to be Christians, they are not made of anything close to that. Because how do you explain this? You find children, you know, of parents who are desperately, you know, entering into something that is not right. You know, they are doing drugs, prostitution, and all this. And the best thing you can do is to tell them, structure your association, I give you money. You know, when you say structure association and give you money, it means tomorrow you're going to encourage our daughters to actually join that group because they know at the end of the day they'll have an income. That's not the way to go. So I think it's about how we come out and actually say it. But though, as much as I know that the ODM and Baba group have not been very articulate on how they deconstructed the DP, on this one, I think you will not go scot-free. I expect, you know, a lot of fireworks coming out from the Azimio la Umoja. And in this case, I think the best person to deconstruct him is Junet Mohammed. I will propose that Junet Mohammed takes him on this, because you cannot tell us that you are a son of God, you are a neighbor of God, very close to God, you understand Jesus, you know the Bible, and at the end of the day, you are here telling us kazi ni kazi, including prostitution. Then, you know, the other thing that is coming out very clearly here, which is amazing, he has actually explained and done what you call self-induction. He has actually demonstrated that kazi sio kazi, or kazi ni kazi, whichever way you can put it. Because he is, I don't know how he's going to bring it out. Is he giving them money to start to work, or giving money to promote prostitution? So whichever way you do it, there's a very narrow line in between. Because why wouldn't he go out and say, our young sisters, our young daughters, join the association of the youth? Why must it be a special group to be given money? They should just say they are youths, tell them prostitution is not good. We are now going to have a solution. We have a better future. Some of you are engaged in drugs, stealing, and all that. Leave that, because soon we are giving money to package your capital for you to start business. So the fact that this is coming out very clearly, it looks somebody who does not know what he wants for this country. It looks very clear. This is a very selfish-minded person who wants to take advantage of every situation to get numbers that will propel him to the presidency. And I think it's high time we called upon the Christian community. Bernard, you're a pastor, so that you pray for this. You know, we need to cast this kind of spirit. You cannot tell us kazi ni kazi, including promoting a vice that we are praying for every now and then. So it's very clear between Raila and Ruto who is actually a true Christian. It is very clear. The die has been cast. The true Christian is the one who doesn't speak much about it. You know, and you can see what kind of Christianity that promotes prostitution. If that is the Christianity he professes for us, then we are not interested. I don't think we are not. So this is something I'm going to believe that is going to form the discussion of the week. People like Junet, people like Sifuna, and then probably the governor of Nakuru, they should come out and actually use this opportunity to deconstruct the person who is deliberately going out of the way to mislead the country. Lastly, my last statement on this is this. I do not personally, and I think it's correct, I do not disagree that helping people who are in a financial situation is a wrong thing. But giving it a special package, you know, the way it is in itself is glorification of that industry. You're glorifying the industry. So that, I think his advice has got it wrong. He has the money, yes, but the way you give that money and you're telling them, structure yourself, structure this business, make it an organization. Let me have your papers. Let's have the chairperson. I'm sure there's a treasurer, there's a chairperson, there is a coordinating officer, there is a secretariat. And you're telling me you want prostitutes to structure themselves for you to give them money? That is a serious goof. And I think it is very clear that from the time this thing came out, I think Baba has gotten many thousands of people who are in UDA and they have already crossed as we are speaking, who are Christians. I think they have run out of that church. The Ruto bottom-up church, I think they have lost quite a lot of numbers. And they have to. I think the thing that we must not lose our attention to, the DP being who he is, I think tomorrow he will tell us something different. He will say, oh, I was misquoted. I say these people, they need to get money. That I didn't say they organize themselves. I'm sure tomorrow he will come up with something else that is very crazy. Well, nevertheless, it is a mistake and it applies to Barbara. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Nimpatie nani amalizie, Jaka Kindube amalizie maoni yake. Tumsikilize Mulumbu alafu tufungashe. Haya, Jack Kindube, unmute uendelee.
Asante sana. Nataka tu kugusia kidogo mahali Patriot amesema mambo ya Ukristo, kwamba sisi wa Kenya tunasema sisi ni watu wacha Mungu sana, lakini ukiangalia kwa karibu sana, kwa sababu ukiangalia yanafanyika na zile uongo watu wanasema kanisani, saa zingine unashindwa hawa wanaomba Mungu gani? Umeshaona mtu anasema uongo, mtu kama Ruto anasema uongo, lakini unakuta watu wanamfuata. Na mimi nataka kusema hivi, mimi ningeli waomba, hata kama tukizungumza juu ya hizi vitu ambavyo zinafanyika na juu ya wakati huu wa uchaguzi, ningelipenda sana tuegemee sana juu ya umoja. Umoja ni jambo la muhimu sana, na hii ni kitu lazima tuelezee jamii zetu wote kwamba umoja ndio nguzo, hiyo ndio msingi kabisa. Umoja ndio itatuletea ili tuweze kuwa na njia ya masikilizano, tuweze kuzungumza, tuweze kusuluhisha matatizo yetu. Kwa mfano,
Jakendebe, just an interaction and an interruption, if you don't mind, please.
Sawa.
Hello. Just a second.
Yeah.
Yes, Patrick.
Yeah. Well, I just forgot about this, and it's important that I just, include that in my statement so that it makes a package. You see, when you look at the definition of hustler in the dictionary, the topic of today is one of the definition.
Yes.
So if I was the unit and the group, I think now it's very clear what we know the hustlers are all for. They have now accepted who they are, you know.
Sawa, thank you. Jack Kindube, malizia tafadhali.
Asante sana. lakini mimi mambo fulani ambayo yalifanyika. Mnakumbuka alisimama na kile wakitaka gavana wa Nairobi. Si tunakumbuka hiyo?
Dadi, leo network yako sijui imekuwaje? Hauko clear kama kawaida.
Hata sasa haisikiki vizuri.
Inakatika katika. Tunakusikia lakini inakuja kukatika katika.
Okay. Sasa kama sisikiki vizuri basi nitajaribu ama
naomba unini tu ujaribu tena. Unaweza unatumia simu, kama unatumia simu utatoka studio, uanzishe simu afresh, uzime alafu uwashe.
Sawa.
Alafu ndio urudi baadaye. Itajirekebisha.
Asante.
Thank you. Before we bring in Mulumbu, I want us to watch this video again. I think we watch both videos again, and then Mulumbu will come in, and then tufungashe. Wacha tuanzie huko kwa
mwana Asla. Mkiniona hapa si mnaona Asla? Asla! Aya, bwana deputy president. Mimi niko hapa, mimi natetea tu commercial sex workers. Hiyo ndio kazi yenye tunafanya. Na ni ngumu. Ni ngumu sana. Tunadhulumiwa mpaka hata tunaambiwa hatuna maana, mpaka tunapewa majina mingi. Tunateseka, hatuna la kufanya. Aki na masingle mothers tuko hapa, tunategemea hii barabara. Hakuna kazi, tunasomesha watoto na hiyo. Jameni, sasa tafanya nini? Aki tuangalie tu, utupatie kitu, tufungue kazi. Ndio hawa hapa wote. Ndio hapa. Mko wapi? Sex workers. Aki, please. Tunafutia kitu, biashara ingine tufanye. Hiyo biashara iko na aibu. Watoto wetu wamekuwa wakubwa. Tunafutia biashara ingine.
Nimesikia mambo ya Karo. Huyu mama amenieleza kuna watu wanafanya biashara fulani, na sasa watoto wamekuwa wakubwa, na hiyo biashara haiwezi kuendelea. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka nimwambie Karo, wewe ngombi, unajua inachukua mtu jasiri na shujaa kusimama mbele ya naibu wa rais na kusema mimi nafanya biashara ya aina fulani. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha ya kwamba hawa kina mama ili hawa watoke kwa hiyo biashara ya usiku ambayo wanasema inawapatia aibu, waweze kufanya hiyo biashara ingine. Unasikia mama Karo? So panga watu yako, huyu atalete hiyo pesa na mjipange hapo.
The presidency doesn't change who you are, it reveals who you are. And the same thing is true of a presidential campaign. So if a candidate is erratic and threatening, if a candidate traffics in prejudice, fears, and lies on the trail, if a candidate has no clear plans to implement their goals, if they disrespect their fellow citizens, including folks who made extraordinary sacrifices for our country, let me tell you, that is who they are. That is the kind of president they will be. Trust me, a candidate is not going to suddenly change once they get in office. Just the opposite, in fact, because the minute that individual takes that oath, they are under the hottest, harshest light there is. And there is no way to hide who they really are. And at that point, it's too late. They're the leader of the world's largest economy, the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military force on earth. With every word they utter, they can start wars, crash markets, change the course of this planet. So when it comes to the qualifications we should demand in a president, to start with, we need someone who is going to take this job seriously. Someone who will study and prepare so that they understand the issues better than anyone else on their team. And we need someone not with good judgment, but with superb judgment in their own right. We also need someone who is steady and measured. Because when you're making life or death, war or peace decisions, a president can't just pop off. Being president isn't anything like reality TV. It's not about sending insulting tweets or making fiery speeches. It's about whether or not the candidate can handle the awesome responsibility of leading this country.
Bernard.
Yes.
I think I love to say something, sir, if you don't mind, and it will be morally correct if I do so.
Please say Mulungu is behind the curtain while it's coming.
You know, Bernard, we are human beings, and when we make mistakes, we admit. I want to retract all the statement that I gave initially. You know why? I had not seen the clip personally. I had even requested that you send it to me. I just picked the topic from where it was.
Yes.
Looking at how the issue has presented itself right from the scene.
Yes.
It gives me a different story altogether. And I'll be, first and foremost, I want to be apologetic if I misread this far. My correct position should be this, Bernard. Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
My correct position is this.
Yes.
If as a leader, if you come across a situation like the one that the DP faced today, I will do exactly what he did. And why? No, it's good to say, Bernard. It's good to say, and it's good to honor.
Yes, but
I will do exactly what he did. You know, I'm a man of God, and I want to be honest, because some of these things will haunt us in life. You know, if I came across a situation like that, I will go out of my way to help the person to get to a better livelihood if I have the ability. So I think it is a score to the DP, and for me, where he came out well is when he said, I will help them to get out of that work, you know, so that they start doing something better. To be honest, as much as we don't like his philosophy, on this one, I think I agree. You help the people, give them the help that you can, so that they get employment. Because the lady asked, she said clearly, she was giving a testimony on how difficult life has been. And she gave a request.
My question to you is, do you suppose that was an accident? Do you suppose that was a coincidence?
well, I'm doing a political analysis, Bernard, and then because one politically, because it's a
Patriot, let me interject.
Seemed to have scored. He seemed to have scored.
Patriot, let me interject. With your pastor Bishop, I realized that you have not seen the and I'm very glad you have confessed so. But still, what Bernard is asking you is very pertinent. Because this is now apart from Mamboga, apart from Mamboga, the Boda, the Nyozi, Car Wash, these are the vulnerable people. He's now opened another one. Is it going to be only in Kibwezi, or in future meetings he'll be doing the same? Secondly, is it sustainable? 1 million for that group of people, is it sustainable? Because if they divide that money, maybe 500 each. Is it sustainable? And some of these people are actually earning maybe 10,000 per day. So what is 500? Is it sustainable? And is he going to do it in every other meeting, every other market, every other town? That's the question. Or he just have money in his wants to buy votes wherever they are. Hiyo ndio swali.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let me finish
top up
then.
on that question before Patriot you respond. The politician in you, okay? Do you believe in your heart of hearts that that woman came from nowhere? She was given the microphone from nowhere, climbed on the vehicle from nowhere, and gave a surprising, shocking testimony to the DP?
Bernard, that's a very pregnant question you have asked, and you agree, Bernard. We are thinkers. I agree, and I know why you're asking that question. I know why you're really asking that question. I am trying to put myself in the shoes of the DP. I'm looking for votes. I have gotten a group, whether I planned it or not, they have come in front of me. And I'll tell you, assuming it was Baba, that lady did exactly that. This one, I'll tell you, Baba will have reacted the same. I'll tell you on this one, Bernard. Baba will have said, let me take my stand on this, Bernard, please. Let me just take my stand because of democracy. Yeah.
Please,
Baba,
and hurry up. Mulumbu is waiting.
So I think on this one, you have somebody.
I'm waiting.
I am aware you're waiting, Mulumba. Mulumbu, you are killing my time. So 1 minute will be okay. Just 1 minute. Bernard, what I'm trying to say is this. Even Jesus Christ was wiped by that very prostitute we are talking about here. When somebody is confessing his or her sins, right, in front of the king or in front of your leadership, what do you do, Bernard? You take that humility in character to come forward, and you do what you can that time, right? Because others will be processes. That time to see that the person gets out of her situation. So in this case, to me, it's a gesture of goodwill. There is a political, of course, dimensions to it. And that is why I say politically, he seemed to have scored because he's met the needs of the vulnerable. That's how I look at it. So it would not be right for us to speak of her as a prostitute because she has actually confessed. She's come out to say, I want to get out of this work. I don't want to be in this work that I'm ashamed of. You know, my children have grown up. Help me to get out of this. Surely my position is this. That is more of a positive gesture than I thought that earlier. And I want to actually retain that to the end. Thank you.
Okay,
I will ask a question later, Bernard. Let Mulumbu come. I'll ask Patriot a question.
Okay, Mulumbu. Karibu. Unmute. Uja unmute.
Niko sawa?
Hapo sawa, endelea.
Sasa asante sana na wasalimu kwa jina la Yesu Kristo. Nashukuru sana hii mambo ya dunia ya kisasa imefanya this election that everybody was doing it blindly. Now we can do it openly and open-minded. Because without this digital time, we could have been here and let other people who doesn't know what's happening not to know what's going on. We are always being blinded and tunafuata watu kama mkia ya ng'ombe. But right now we can do what? You can see, listen, and then decide what to do. If it's the right thing or it's a wrong thing. So, in the whole world, in these years I've been this earth, sijawahi kuona any presidential candidate akitangaza mambo ya makahaba katika rally yake akisema nitafanya hii. You know, juzi Junet alijoke tu na Minister of Health wakaichukua kama bushfire. Na mola si atumani. Deputy President amechikoroga ndani, sijui sasa watasema nini. Unaona vile Mungu si atumani. Ameogonga 10-0. Because tena kitu kizuri ni ya kwamba it happened, Ruto alianza mapema sana, ambapo kadi zake sasa anajaribu kubadilisha huko, but the same thing ni moja. It has not been changed. Hata kama anabadilisha nguo namna gani ni Ruto yule. Hata kama anachenga namna gani Ruto yule, because all his cards is the same. He hasn't changed. Hebu sikiliza anaposema akienda huko mambaboga sijui nini. He is not saying anything different. Unaangalia wale his troops ni wale ridiculous. They don't say what they are going to do and how they're going to change the people of life. Watu wanasemanga ni kwenda kuangalia kutusi wale wengine, kusema mambo ile machafu. They are already ridiculous. They don't say something that's going to help mwananchi wa kawaida. What they are on is to bribe, and then what they are thirst of is about to state house, kupata uongozi. They are thirst of uongozi, they are not thirst of kusaidia the normal people. To my knowledge, vile naangalia, they are thirst of leadership na wako na lugha mbaya sana, ambapo wakiingia pale, I don't know how that government is gonna be. So Ruto amejikaanga na kitu naona upande wa ODM who have one thing. Hatujakuwa na wale watu wana articulate vizuri the way ODM is supposed to work. I don't know, wanataka wapate mtu ambapo waambie the way they articulate mambo yao, strong message. They need to have people that they need to bring the strong message to the people to counterpart the propaganda ya Ruto. So let me ask a question. Amesema hawa watu sijua kibwezi, ni kibwezi tu mali kidogo, si Ukamba yote, ni kibwezi tu. Kila mtu atengeneze sako. What of Nairobi? What of Kisumu, Nakuru, Eldoret, Wajir, everywhere kuna makahaba. So all of them are going to come out. So he's going kuiba bala naenda napeana 1 million. He's going to do Mombasa, wherever. Is that what he's going to do? Watu wa ODM, they have to counter this guy. Sasa ile walikuwa na trend kwa ile Junet sawa wamepatikana ndani ya mtego. Unajua wakati ukiona mwenzao ananyolewa, wewe kichwa chako tia maji. So they have to take the head on to get hold of the horn. and tell Ruto ya kwamba ana nafasi, na ni vizuri, it's very early, very very early, because angalia, niliona clip ingine pale Isiolo, ile pesa alipewa ule mama about 2 million. Just look at that, what's happening. Where is this money coming from? Where is it coming from? Kama Presidency yafaa finansiwe, Ruto hizi pesa zote ametoa wapi? All you guys, you are blinded here and this guy is making money. Ana print money. Because remember, during Jirongo time, Jirongo 500, they printed the money with the Jirongo. This guy has come back and print money. If not, zile mabilioni aliiba na akazipeleka Uganda na Uhuru akagundua, alipogundua akabadilisha note, na msema nakapata ujanja akarudisha mabilioni huko atini, hapana, pesa ilikuwa Uganda. Hiyo pesa imerudi sasa, inakuja sasa na mnanunuliwa. If you guys you don't know. So in short, sitakwenda kwa mengi. Please, let's educate these young guys ya kwamba it's not late, ya kwamba they are in a very big pool, ya kwamba aliweza, angalia Trump alikuja na watu wakashangilia, lakini the good thing alikuja late, ndiye aliwahi. Lakini saa hii Ruto amekuja early, na ile arrogance yenye Trump alikuwa anatumia, remember, ndiye watu wa Ruto na Ruto mwenyewe wanatumia. But the good thing is early. Can we please, we guys, to explain how hii infrastructure na hiyo mambo mengine, how it's gonna work, ita counter hii bottom up, because bottom up is not working. It doesn't work anywhere. Kama ni bottom up, kama ni pesa mashinani, Raila shapeleka, kabla hajaingia president shapeleka. Everything's there. Now he has never been a president. Now this guy is a deputy president. There's nothing he has given Kenyans. Kazi yake ni kutafuta na kuwahonga ili wampatie presidency, but he has not done anything to the Kenyan people. So how blind and stupid are we to be following such a person? Because wale jamaa wanaongea mambo ya matusi, wakina regard the way they talk shit. Na hiyo ndio vijana wakiangalia wanafaa they are powerful, because the law has not caught them up. What they are saying is wrong and it's not the right thing to say. Is ni kitu inaharibu wananchi, ni inaharibu watoto ambao tumezaa. That's the problem we have in Kenya and in Africa as a whole. Ya kwamba wanaangalia mtu anasema hapo, ukisema in USA here, ukisema mambo hiyo jamaa anasema you don't anaudhibitisha wewe, kazi yake imeisha. Because first of all, ukiwa na kesi ya corruption, you cannot go stand in the podium ya kwamba unaambia watu sijui this. You cannot say anything because you have to be clear first, so you uko free, uko clean. But these two people are not clean. Ruto is not clean. Jidai is not clean. All those people that are with the Ruto, they are not clean. Niliingia late na time ilikuwa is not good. Let me leave it at that. Let us think what we can do so that we can help our country. Because I don't see even we Kenyans and the government, they are not doing something that to make sure that those leaders that who are supposed to be in the podium, they have to be the clean people. Hii sheria yenu ya kwamba mweleta ya kwamba somebody has to be lazima awe approved alifanya makosa. Kama una allegation unafanya makosa, sit outside, ujulikane uko free isiweni, but wewe una kesi bado unaendelea, you can vie for presidency. No. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mlumbu. We go straight.
Swali kwa Patriot.
Community, go ahead.
Yeah, to you, Mr. Patriot. Unajua, I knew lazima ungemtetea William Samoei Ruto baada ya kuona hiyo clip. Hata mimi baada ya kuona hiyo clip, by the way, nilisema hii ni plus kwake, but at the same time sasa wakati tuna dig deeper tunaona kuwa kuna makosa. Makosa yanakuja namna gani? Since 2013 William Samoei Ruto kuchukua uongozi, our sex workers wamekuwa hapo.
amefanya ni jambo lipi William Samoei Ruto amelitekeleza kuwasaidia hawa wasichana wetu watoke barabarani, waache kupigwa na baridi, ndiposa waanzishe biashara? What has he done? So nikisema kuwa William Samoei Ruto kuto create jobs kwa young people na hawa sex workers, nikisema hayo ni makosa, nitakuwa nimekosea Mr. Patriot ama iko namna gani?
Patriot, unmute.
Community investor, stop reading my mind, my brother. you know, honestly, community investor, I had not seen the clip. That was very true. And you know, we are honest people. And it's good. You know, some of the things we speak here, they will stand for the history, and the history might judge us wrongly tomorrow. So I don't want a situation where after our life is gone, somebody looks at this and he says, Patriot was a psycho fan of Baba, and he didn't see this. So I just thought it's good to be honest, that if he lied, then he's a smart liar. If the DP lied on this one, he is a smart liar to the extent that he has picked credit. Because you see, honestly, ancestor community, you know, you find yourself in a situation where you have somebody who's telling you, I've been a chicken thief, I've been stealing eggs, I've been stealing people's bicycles. This work is not good, bwana. Help me, nifanye kazi nyingine, niwache hii wizi. And then you quickly say, wewe kitu unafanya, enda nipe makaratasi yako vizuri na nini, nikupeleke kwa chief, ili uweze kuacha hiyo kazi, waweze kuona vile unaweza anzishiwa biashara mzuri, you know, and you say, I'll give you 30,000. Does that really mean you are glorifying stealing? No, in my view, you know, you are actually saying it's unfortunate that our country has this kind of people. So as a leader, this is a clear classical example of the way Kenyan unemployment is facing us, you know. So that's why I wanted just to say, for me, him doing what he did immediately, that was correct. But the motive, you know, and how that clip arrived to where it is, I think we need to do a bit of research. But from the way it's happening, he must be a very smart script writer, because the way it comes out, you cannot stop somebody helping one who has confessed of his sins. You know, I am a sinner. I tell you, ancestor, I have been a sinner. Mimi nilikuwa mchawi iko Kisii. Mimi ndio niliua Nyachai. Tafadhali nisaidie tu, mnipeleke kanisa, niokoke ili maisha hii iwe tofauti. Sasa ukianza kunisaidia watasema wewe ndio ulikuwa mchawi na mimi. So is that where the thing is, and I'm sure pastor will tell us, Bernard, wewe utatusaidia on this one. Me, I raise my hand. That's my take.
When you find yourself in such a situation, let me give you free advice.
Okay.
In a public forum, as the leader, you must always safeguard yourself by what? 1, buying time. 2, the reason why you have a PA is so that you refer such cases to the PA. It's just like when you ask pastors, when you're preaching, then somebody erupts with an evil spirit. You don't leave the pulpit and go and begin to chase the evil spirit. The aides will go and take care of the evil spirit person. You continue with the mission, you finished, then you will deal with that case later. So DP, being a politician that he is, of course, I believe that thing was prearranged, by all indication. It was prearranged. Nothing was accidental. But even if it would have suddenly taken place, being a politician, he saw the profit, the political profit in it, but he forgot to think about the repercussions that he's creating by the same. So by harnessing the political situation that he likes to get from the thing, he got himself in a trap right now. Now he will not define hustler anymore the way he had succeeded to redefine it and make it acceptable. He has now added the original meaning to hustler. It will be very difficult to sell that hustler thing again because everybody's claiming it. Huyo mama alisimama alisema mkiniona mnaona nani? Hustler. Alafu akasema sasa mimi hustler waja niwaambie kazi ile nafanya na akaeleza wazi wazi mbele ya mataifa yote. You get that? So it is we don't deny that we have all those vices in our midst, but you don't deal with such cases that way. Not one way. There are two ways to go about it. And if it were Baba, I can bet on it. He will refer to his PA, and then he will arrange on how to sort that matter out of the camera, away from the public. That's how to deal with it. But hii ingine ya kujaribu kusema eti nisaidie nitatoa 1 million and all that. Now he has created that circle, and that circle will haunt him to the last minute.
Can I just add you something a little bit?
Yes, Mulum.
You know, what happened there, it was not accidentally, it was something planned. How many rallies has he been going through for 4 years that nobody else has came out kusema mimi tunafanya hii? Who? Where have you seen? Somebody just came from nowhere anakuja sema ya kwamba nimekuwa hivi tunafanya hivi sasa, then hata kama robbers pia wale wanaiba, hata wale wauza madawa pia watajitokeza. Mimi nilikuwa tunauza madawa, tumechoka, tunataka kusaidiwa, they need money, which means kazi yake ni kununua kura, handout. Where is this money coming from? Everybody, every group is going to group themselves in this group and go say this, and so they can get money. Yeah? That's not sure, because what you have just said is the right thing, because kama angesema ilikuwa ambush, kama ni mtu ambaye anajua jueni na anataka kusaidia wa Kenya na akiwa kwa government, sasa bado hana pesa, akiwa kwa government yatasaidia, lakini kama ana pesa ya kusaidia wakati nyingine sasa help since 2013 mpaka sasa hii, mbona anatoa sasa hii? Where was he? That's the question. From 2013 kwani hakuna makahaba Kenya? The whole Kenya hakuna makahaba? Na ukienda kwa inangu wamejaa, hata yeye pia najua alioketa when he was in Nairobi University, aliokota wengine akaenda nao, which I know is true, because when they are in university the guys do everything. Sio mga alifanya, anajua hiyo, ndiye ameona sahi wako sahi.
Enda pole pole Mulumbu, enda pole pole.
Mulumbu.
Please, let's conclude this thing. We are time bad.
Just a statement.
Yes, naomba Jack Kindube amalize nini Patriot, ndio utasema neno lako la mwisho. Tuondoke hapa.
Sasa nasikika vizuri?
Sasa uko sawa, endelea.
Okay. Nilikuwa nasema kwamba jambo langu la kwanza kabisa naomba tusaidie kueneza hii jambo la umoja kabisa kwa wenzetu. Ni jambo la muhimu kabisa. Hiyo ndio ni msingi wa nchi yetu, umoja wetu. Jambo la pili, nasema kwamba vile tujaribu, nasema hatuwezi kushangaa. Mimi siwezi kushangaa kwa sababu nilikuwa nawaelezea kwamba tulichagua watu wa Nairobi, watu wasomi, watu ambao unaweza kusema wameona dunia. Tulichagua Sonko badala ya kuchagua Kidero au mtu mwingine, lakini tulichagua Sonko. Mnakumbuka hiyo? Kwa hiyo msione ajabu kabisa kwa mambo, kwa sababu hata haya mambo ambayo tunasema, haya mambo ambayo yalitokea Kibwezi, si ni Kibwezi? Wakenya wataisahau kesho, watakuwa wamesahau kabisa, hawatakumbuka tena kwamba huyu jamaa alifanya kitendo ambayo haifai na vice president juzi tu anatukana president leo, na kesho yake watu wamesahau, na anatukana president ambaye ni umoja wa yani ndio Kenya, yani ndio tuseme kibao ya Kenya, anaitusi. Alafu sisi wa Kenya kuna wengine wanashangilia. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo halifai kabisa, inafaa sisi kwenye hapa tunapojadiliana, tukitoka hapa ama tunapojadiliana, tujaribu kuwasihi wenzetu au kuwaelimisha wajue kwamba kuchagua kiongozi ni jambo la muhimu. Tuchague kiongozi ambaye ataiongoza taifa letu kwa msingi wa umoja, kwa sababu tukiwa na umoja, corruption tutaitupilia mbali, kazi tutakuwa nazo. Hizi vitu ambazo zinatusumbua tutaweza kuzisuluhisha kama kuna umoja.
Jakendu Bey,
yes.
Can you weigh into today's topic? Utusaidie, unajua wewe ni mzee, tusaidie kwa hii mambo ya leo hii magumu hii tunaongelea. I want to hear
hii mambo ya leo. Mimi nasema kwamba ni kwa maoni yangu ni jambo la aibu sana, jambo ambalo naibu wa rais alifanya, lakini nasema kama angekuwa mtu mwenye busara, vile alivyoifanya pale, hangefanya hivyo. Angeitisha wale wasaidizi wake wamshughulikie, alafu vile vile angejaribu kueleza sera maalumu, njia maalumu ya kuweza kuwasaidia wote wale ambao wanahusika haya na mambo ya ukapa, kwa sababu ni ambalo hakuna serikali yote duniani inakubali. Serikali zote duniani huwa, hata kama hao makahaba huwa wanajaribu kuwasaidia, kuwasaidia ili waweze kuondoka katika hizo sehemu. Unaona? Kwa hiyo ingelikuwa ni busara, angekuja na angesema kwamba tuna mipango fulani, sio kusema eti sasa ninyi chukueni hii shilingi milioni 1. Maana yake sasa ameonyesha kwamba akienda labda Eldoret, kuna wengine watajitokeza namna hiyo, au akienda Mombasa wengine watajitokeza namna hiyo, kwa sababu wanajua sasa hapa kuna mtu ambaye anaweza kutusaidia, anaweza kuhalalisha haya maneno. So sio hiyo jambo ambalo amefanya, sio jambo la suluhu. Sasa nayo hiyo inaonyesha yeye ni kiongozi wa namna gani. Sisi inatuonyesha ni kiongozi ambaye hana vision yoyote ya nchi yetu, hana vision ya chochote. Hata ile hasla ambayo yeye huzungumzia juu yake, ukimuuliza maana yake ni nini, utaweka misingi gani ya kuweza kuonyesha kwamba kuiwezesha hiyo hasla kusimama ni nini? Hana. Ukiangalia yeye na Raila kila kitu ambacho anasema ako na backing fulani ambaye anaweza kukuelezea hii itafanyika hivi na hivi na hivi, kwa sababu hata hii shilingi 6,000 ambayo alisema, aliwaambia watu kule itatoka na itakuwa namna gani. Ingawaje watu wengi sana nimeona watu wengi hata kwa TV, hata wale economists watu ambao wamesoma, ambao nafikiria wamesomea ng'ambo na katika nchi hizi za Uingereza, Amerika, wapi, kuna hizo mipango ya kusaidia wananchi wenu. Ndio maana katika hizi nchi hizi wizi ovyo ovyo, hizi wizi ambazo za kuiba siji nguo za watu nini hakuna, kwa sababu watu wako na ile soft landing, mahali kama huna kazi unapatiwa kitu ambacho utanunulia chakula, unaona. Kwa hiyo mimi kwa maoni yangu bwana Ruto, jambo ambalo alifanya ni kuonyesha uongozi wake sio kiongozi ambaye anaweza kuongoza nchi yetu, kwa sababu jambo ambalo lilitokea, kama ni kitu ilikuja ghafla bila yeye kujua, hangefanya yale mambo ambayo alifanya pale. Angewaita wale wasaidizi wake na angemwambia yule mwanamke kwamba hayo mambo itashughulikiwa, unaona. Na angewaambia baada ya sasa yeye kuanza kuzungumza, angeanza kusema kwamba mambo kama haya ambayo tumeona hapa, serikali yangu itaishughulikia ili tuweze kuwasaidia, yani kwa long term, sio tu mambo ya saa hizo. Kwa hiyo kwangu naona jambo la ambapo sijui kama watu ambao wako kwenye mrango wa kina Junet au wengine kama watachukulia ili nao waulize hayo maswali, lakini ni jambo ambalo kwangu halifai hata kidogo. Kwa hiyo hiyo leo, kwa wale watu ambao wanajaribu kuangalia kati yake na Raila, wanaweza kuona kwamba ni kiongozi ambaye hafai kuongoza nchi yetu. Hayo ni maoni yangu juu ya jambo hilo ambalo lilitokea. Hata mimi sikuwa nimeiona, lakini nimeona hiyo clip ambapo hata mimi singefanya vile alifanya, singefanya. Ningeita wale wasaidizi wangu, hata kama singekuwa na msaidizi, ningemwambia mama, nimesikiliza haya mambo, tukienda tukirudi ofisini tutatengeneza, tutakualika uje ofisini tuangalie vile tunaweza kuzifanya kuwasaidia, unaona.
Jakende Bay, swali tu moja kabla sijamalizia.
Yes.
Unajua sisi watu ya baba, sisi ndio Wakristo wa kweli. Sisi as sisi sio uongo. Sisi ni watu tunao subscribe kwa mambo ya Mungu. Kwanza hatudanganyi. Hiyo ni jambo la kwanza. La pili, tunaheshima. Ya tatu, tunakubali kukosolewa. Ya nne, hatujipigi kifua kwa yale Mungu ametufanyia. Unajua? Sasa that is why katika jambo hili mimi ninaona inatuweka katika ile kitu tunaita the catch-22 situation. We are being tested by the devil. How do we define this? Ndio sababu mimi nataka kuquote the Bible unisaidie. Kwa sababu naona vile unakuja vizuri, maoni yanapatikana, ninaweza ya pick as an elderly advisor. Lakini jambo ambalo ningependa kidogo uliweze kulifafanua, ningetaka kupeleka katika Biblia. Yesu alikutana na kahaba mmoja.
Ndio.
Huyo kahaba akamwangukia chini ya miguu yake.
Ndio.
Akachukua mafuta na zile nywele zake ndefu akawa anapanguza Yesu.
Ndio.
Yesu hakuwa amepanga wakutane na huyu kahaba.
Ndio.
Huyu kahaba alimpata akiwa katika shughuli zake za kueneza injili katika katika hiyo sehemu ya inji ya Israeli, because it in either in Damascus ama Jerusalemu, mahali wakati Yesu alikuwa anaendelea kuhubiria.
Ndio.
Walikuwa Mafarisayo, walikataa jambo hilo, walilisema hapana, hiyo haiwezekani. And I'm really similarity na hili jambo tunaloongelea Kentube kwa heshima. Yeye aliambiwa huyo siye msafi, siye mtakatifu, huwezi kubali kutumia mafuta ya kahaba na aweze kuweka nywele zako kupanguza miguu zako.
Ndio.
Lakini unapoangalia the scriptures, Yesu alichukua mkondo tofauti.
Ndio.
Na hii katika Biblia tukiangalia Kentube, Yesu alichukua mkondo tofauti. Hata ingawa alikuwa anahubiri ya kwamba watu wawe na tabia nzuri, wasikue makahaba, wasikue wezi, wakati huyu kahaba alikuja, ilionekana Yesu alikuja kufilia wale ambao ni wenye dhambi, na halimkubali. Akawaambia katika ile elimu, katika yale mafunzo aliyotoa, huyu ni yule ambaye ametubu, unanipata, na anakubali aweze kusaidiwa kutoka kwa shida yake. Ndio kidogo unielewe why Kentube nilichukua hiyo mkondo. Mimi namuona huyu mwanamke ni kama ambaye ametubu dhambi zake. Ako pale kwa sababu either walikosana na bwana yake, maisha ni magumu, hana pesa. Katika dhamira yake ilimhukumu na amejitolea. Sasa mimi ukiniuliza Kentube kwa heshima, nijipate katika sehemu hiyo, jambo nitakalofanya kama Mkristo na kama mwanasiasa. Kuna mambo mawili, Mkristo ama mwanasiasa. Kiukristo, mimi nitaona huyu mwanamke hata leo nisipompa kitu, yawezekana aende barabarani na pengine hiyo siku ndiye angepata ugonjwa. Waona? Sasa mimi kitu nitafanya, mimi nitaweza kufanya kile jambo nitakaloweza hapo. So to me hiyo ni gesture nzuri, lakini jambo nakubaliana na wewe, hela zile zinaweza kuwa hazitoshi kuwaweza kuwasaidia. Lakini kumbuka, deputy president huwa hapeani pesa ya kukusaidia kwa muda mrefu, yeye hupeana handouts. So hata wakati anapeana wheelbarrow, si huwa anapeana tu wheelbarrow, hapeanangi kitu ya maana. Akikutana na mama ya omena anampea 10,000, anasema 3,000 hiyo ongeza. Nakumbuka akiwa Western alipea wamama, walikuwa wamama 2,000, aliwapea 1,400. Waona? Wakagawana shilingi ngapi? 2,200. Deputy president hapeani long term solution, tunamuelewa hivyo. Yeye ana react to the situation na anapea hivyo. Lakini kwa mimi ukiniuliza, ninaona kidogo kuna ile hali ya political score, kwa sababu aliwaonea huruma, na nilipomsikiza akiongea alisema tuwasaidie ili watoke hiyo kazi ambayo ni ya usiku, ambayo ni ya aibu. Ndio kidogo mimi nikachukua mkondo huo tofauti.
Unajua hiyo unasema kwa muda huo mfupi, lakini inatakiwa ukitaka kumsaidia mtu umsaidie kwa njia kwa muda mrefu, ndio asiweze kurudi huko, kwa sababu unaweza kumsaidia kwa muda mfupi na arudi huko. Sasa hiyo ni kama kazi bure. Unaona, umemsaidia kwa ile tahamaki tu. Inatakiwa umsaidie na roho yako kabisa, umwambie mimi hii kitu nataka ifanyike hivi na hivi, na uweke mikakati ambayo itamsaidia ndiye atoke. Kwa sababu ukimpatia pesa saa hizo, unaweza kumpatia saa hizo, lakini kesho yake hana hiyo pesa, hajui namna kupata, hatapata hiyo pesa na hata kuona tena, sitarudi pale pale. Kwa hiyo ni unafanya umefanya, ingawaje unasema, unajua hata ukisema wewe ni Mkristo na unajaribu kufanya kama Jesus, unajua hata wakati ule alifanya jambo ambalo lilimsaidia yule mama kwa muda kwa maisha yake yote. Hakumpatia kitu ambacho ilimsaidia saa zile. Hiyo kitu ambacho alimpatia ilimsaidia kwa maisha yake yote. Hakuweza tena kurudi huko, kwa sababu yule mama alilia kwamba alikuwa amefanya dhambi, na Mungu Jesus akamwambia, umefanya nini? Umeokolewa, si ndio? Umesamehewa dhambi zako na uende usirudie tena. Unaona, na alijua hata wakati alipokuwa na wale watu wanamjibu, alijua wale walikuwa ni wanafiki, hawangeweza, walikuwa wanamlaumu tu yule mama, walikuwa wanafiki. So kitu ambacho inatakiwa, manake makamu wa rais pale yuko kama mwanasiasa, yuko kama kiongozi wa serikali, si bado yeye ni makamu wa rais, yuko kama kiongozi wa serikali, yuko pale kama president. So si jambo ambalo uwezi tena pale utoe pesa useme sasa nawapatia pesa. Hiyo kwangu sio suluhu, kwa sababu saa zingine hiyo pesa watapewa hivyo na haitawafikia, haitafanya vile. Unajua Wakenya vile walivyo na pesa, haitafika vile inatakikana. So bado ataendelea kufanya yale yale tu ambayo alikuwa anataka atoke.
Yeah, Ben,
let's conclude, please. You people are stretching this thing.
Atoe jambo.
Watu wamechoka.
Kila mtu amute sasa. Kila mtu amute.
Kwa maoni yangu, ingawaje hivyo,
Jakindu Bey, mitambo yako imeharibika, lakini nasema hivi. Naomba tumalize.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aya, ni hivi. Kile ambacho hatupati hapa ni wazi kwamba hatuelewi siasa ya William Ruto. Siasa ya William Ruto ni ile, si ile ya kutatua matatizo. Ni ile ya kuonekana kwamba anatatua matatizo. He's just doing it for perception's sake. And he's running away from long-term solution responsibility. So as long as he's scoring before the cameras and it will be reported that he did this and this, that is all that he is pursuing. And that is what is making him make those blunders. It was a very good scenario to play politics, okay? But the problem is he's part of the government. If he was 100% from opposition, ama angekuwa resign kutoka kwa government, he would have stood up on that podium and said, this is what we've been talking about, bad governance. Watoto wetu hawangekuwa wanafanya mambo kama haya, serikali ingekuwa inafanya kazi. Ndio nataka mniweke kwa nini nitatatua hii maneno. So yeye hapa amejipata yeye ndio hiyo serikali. Ye mikakati yeye ameweka ambayo imesababisha hiyo from 2013 until now ni yeye amesababisha. Sasa hawezi kufanya nini? Kusema sio yeye. Then on the other hand, yeye ni minister, the next name atakuwa Mr. Sako, okay? Sababu kila mahali anaenda na create Sako. Sasa ame-create UDA Malaya Sako. Then so that he cannot run away from that. And so kama deputy president haswa akona lengo la kuwa rais wa nchi, akubali majukumu ya rais, achane na hii siasa ya kuonekana kana kwamba anafanya kazi, akubali kufanya kazi yote na bebe msalaba kabisa kabisa. Tukirudi kwa story ya patriot ya Yesu na yule kahaba, kweli kwamba kahaba aliingia kwa nyumba bila kualikwa, ni kweli kulingana na maandiko, na alikuwa kwa nyumba ya Simon the leper. Na Yesu alikuwa amekuja lunch na alikuwa ameanza kula. So huyu mama akaingia, and then there are people, including Simon the leper, they were not happy that Jesus is being touched. Jesus, a holy man, is being touched by an unholy woman like that. But Jesus said, let her do what she's doing because she's doing it for my burial. And they did not understand. But that was the preservative oil that preserved his body until resurrection. That is now Bible interpretation. But what I want you to see is that Jesus accepted this woman. She came in repentance, received the forgiveness, but did not sponsor her into that business. In fact, the oil she poured on Jesus was all her savings. All her savings. In other words, significantly meaning, maisha yale anaanza baada hiyo ni yale ambayo yanatokana na Yesu. Sio ya kwake tena, sio ya uwezo wake tena, si ya nguvu zake tena, ni ya kumtegemea Yesu na Yesu peke yake. Sasa William Ruto ambaye ni mhubiri kama mimi, hajaongoza huyu dada kwa Yesu. Haja mtupisha. Haja muhand over kwa pastor. Haja muhand over kwa church for rehabilitation. Lakini anamwambia nini? Yeye ndio Secretary General, atengeneze hiyo sako, atatuma milioni 1. Hapo alikosea.
Bernard,
Yes.
Pastor, Bernard,
Yes.
there's something I didn't get just for my benefit. Did the DP say they form a circle? Is there anywhere in that speech? Help me, please. That's a crit. Help me. Did he do that? I didn't get it, so it's possible I missed it.
He said that. I don't want to replay it again. I've sent you the link. You can replay and get all that. But he asked for the watu watengeneze sako, atatuma pesa kwa sako. Ataki kutuma kwa individual, anataka kutuma kwa sako. So ndio tunauliza sako itaitwaje? Itaitwa prostitute sako, ex prostitute sako, UDA sako. It's funny, and it's because it was hurried. Okay, it was hurried.
If he said the circle, if he included the circle in his speech, then he opened up a Pandora box to people who are analysts, who are able to bring out what is hidden in behind the curtain. If he did that, then that was a goof, in my view.
The circle is in there, and his point man on the ground is the one to be helped by the. In fact, he called the woman the Secretary General, so she has the list of all the customers. I mean, the people they do business with, and they had formed. That's why I'm saying that thing was an act, because kulikuwa na kona yao. You saw the way they shouted "Muko happy," and then so it was prearranged, and it was meant to steal the wherever. I think to steal the headlines for this week. Since Junet led last week, okay, they wanted to lead this week, but they are leading it for the wrong reasons. I don't think it will help them much. But all in all, naomba tumalize.
Before umalize, kuna mahali umeachia Patriot kwa njia. Yule mrembo alipomwagilia Kristo Yesu mafuta, Kristo Yesu alikemea wale viongozi wenye walikuwa pale, wenye walikuwa wanasema kuwa mbona mnaona huyu mrembo ama huyu mwanamke alikuwa, I think Martha, mbona mnamkemea eti ananimwagilia mafuta? Yesu akawaambia kuwa huyu, yani watu kama hawa mtakuwa nao, but yeye amechukua ile jukumu la kunipaka mafuta mimi. Ushaona sasa? So hata William Samoei Ruto, in fact, yale makosa yenye alifanya hakugive kitu tunaita long term, kwa sababu Kristo Yesu alipowaonyesha wale kuwa si mnaona huyu mrembo vile amenishughulikia, basi hata nyinyi wale warembo wengine, kwa sababu wamekuwa wakifanya hii kazi ya uasherati, hata nyinyi sasa inastahili
mchukue majukumu ya kuonyesha mfano mzuri wa kurithi ufalme wa mbinguni. So hata William Samoei Ruto angemaliza ile speech yake namna hiyo, angesema kuwa kando na wewe sijui Mama Lucy ama nini, mimi nimekushughulikia wakati huu, na ninajua kuwa kuna warembo wengi ambao wanapitia shida kama hii yako. Sasa before nitoke katika uongozi, nitahakikisha kuwa nimeambia my troops sheria ipitishwe, nyinyi msaidiwe, ndiposa mtoke katika huu ukahaba. So William Samoei Ruto aliacha the 1 million makahabas in suspense, of which hakupeana long term solution.
No, he opened a circle just to clear the air on the patriot story. Okay. Jesus asked a question. Simon, I've entered this your house. Did you wash my feet? You did not. And of course, that particular time, it was not the owner of the house responsibility to wash people's feet. It was a slave's responsibility. When visitors come, there was a slave who would wash people's dirty hands, dirty feet, because of the dusty and all that. So he says, when I entered the house, you did not wash my feet. You did not give me anything to apply on my knee after the long distance walk. But since I've been here, this woman has not stopped washing my feet with her tears and cleaning it with her hair and pouring the oil on me. And he said the reason why you don't see that as important is that you have been forgiven little. She has been forgiven much. So he said, to whom much is forgiven, loveth much. To whom less is forgiven, loveth less. In other words, the repentance of this woman is clear. It is not a political statement. It is not for the show. She's through with that life. She wants to start a new life, and this life is with Christ Jesus. And so from that minute, everything she has made in terms of her savings from her bad business, she wants it to end on Jesus that particular day. So from there, she starts a new life altogether.
Bernard, my question hapo sasa kwa hiyo statement kwa huyu madam,
yes,
au wengine sasa William Samoei Ruto ni solution gani manze amewapa? Cause yule mama yeye alipata long term treatment. Je, hao warembo wengine wenye hawakuwa pale Kibwesi watasaidika namna gani? Hapo sasa ni jibu.
Bernard, lingine najua tunamaliza tu. Just it's important that we say some of these things in any case itasaidia mtu mahali. So I think we are in order. We are following. I think we are okay. We are submitting, and it's in order. The thing I just wanted to add is this, Bernard, from a very Christian point of view. I think it's also correct to also look at the character of the lady. In my view, there is one score that came from the lady, right, which we should focus on, so that we limit the kind of words we are throwing across, which will also demoralize the confession that came from the lady. My take is this: looking at it from a scriptural point of view, I want to treat the lady as a person who came for confession, because we cannot debate on that, whether her confession was genuine or not. But we can discuss the character of the DP, being a politician. But on this lady's confession, the Bible does not allow us to make judgment. We will only interpret things the way they are. We can't say, oh, anaonekana ni mama mkora. From a scriptural point of view, I think you've come up very clearly. There's a give and take on the DP, how he handled it, the mistakes he had. But let me talk about the lady here. I think it is a very bold, decision for such a person to come forward. And that's where I agree with the DP slightly from the way he put it, to come forward publicly to say that for sure we are in big trouble. Some of us do things that we can't speak in public, right? And this is what we have been doing. So what I'm trying to say, Bernard, it is possible that this lady will dine with the Almighty Father in heaven as we contemplate on how this scenario is playing out politically. It is possible her name has already been written in that book of heaven. And on this one, I'm saying it from a very serious point of view, Bernard, because a lady coming out in public with such a shameful career and saying it in public that she almost cried when I listened to her, saying, please, really, this is not where we belong. And most of them are actually graduates. You get very good number of them more into that. So I have left the issue of the DP. My submission is on the lady. If the lady is the one who spoke the way she did, I have a higher belief that her life will change, not necessarily because of the 1 million shillings, but because of that personal confession that looks genuine from the way she spoke. That's what I think.
Okay, that's well put. I wouldn't want to push that any further, but like I said, if you will watch the clip properly, the proximity of the lady from the DP's car, it was too close, and I think they shook hands. That doesn't take place with a VVIP without prior arrangement. And so, in my opinion, that was a script written and acted out. If it was spontaneous, I'll buy that thing and swallow it all. But politics being what they are, DP being shrewd as he is known to be, wacha tuangalie clip kwanza. Hii maswala tutaangalia baadaye. Tufanyie uchunguzi.
It was a nice topic. It was a nice topic, but and it was mind-boggling. Let's see how it's going to play in the politics of this week. But as for me, I rest my case. Mimi, Havana.
AM live. I think the breakfast shows are going to be heavy.
But the community ancestor has been neutral between you and me. I think he's a good catalyst. I mean, tetea kidogo. I think that's okay. And I agree with community ancestor, just like you, Bernard. Long-term solutions is the thing that we need to give to our children, our daughters, our brothers who are in crime, who are unemployed, who have entered into things that are not right in the society. We admire and we aspire to have a leadership that will have a long-lasting solution to some of these things, including the prostitution that has presented itself. So I actually agree that that is where the whole story should lie.
Yeah, that's true, and that's why we pray for a new, better system of governance that will not react to things by roadside.
It's not a new,
a well drawn out plan that will be able to address this matter conclusively, like the institutions around the place, the contributing factors. Is it the lack of the water? Is it the lack of what? Then all those underlying issues to be addressed conclusively. And that, in my opinion, is one of the #1 causes of the great suffering of Kenyans. We are lacking we have lacked a government that is given to giving permanent solution to Kenyans' problem. We have had governments of painkillers. When people are on this, they bring the painkillers, the pain is cooled, then they move away. But we need a new government that is going to deal with this matter conclusively. Like the story of irrigating Turkana. If the water underground is not good for consumption the way they claimed, the water that is flooding in Budalangi is coming from River Nzoia. River Nzoia is next to Mount Elgon. All they need is a small generator. Pump the water up the mountain. When the water comes from up the mountain, it will travel by itself to Turkana directly. No pressure, no nothing, no generator. It will arrive in Turkana. With the fertile soil there, we'll have enough maize to feed the entire Africa, just from Turkana alone. But the business cartels will not let that happen, because where will they make money from? So let us have a government that thinks permanent solution, so that we have a leveled way of doing business. Mahindi unajua ukizalisha mahindi kiasi hii, utauza bei hii na utafaidika, na wale walaji nao watakula mahindi ambayo yako na afya. Sile mahindi ambayo umejaza ndani dawa, umekoroka vitu ndani, inaanza kuwaletea Wakenya magonjwa ambayo hayaeleweki. So we pray for that kind of leadership, that in such a scenario, we look for something that will permanently sort the matter once and for all. Education. Let education be profitable, not profiting. There is too much profiting from education than making education profitable. We have turned education to be a business instead of it to be a service that generates human resource that are dependable for the nations, for posterity. So when we move away from this fix and fix business and begin to come up with lasting systems that generate lasting solutions to our problems, we are done. And it becomes once and for all that when you're a minister of education, after your 5 years of service, education is purged. It becomes a system that just flows with things. Haikui tena mambo wewe ulienda huku ukashughulika na parents, ukarudi huku umeruka unashughulikia tu wanafunzi, mara shule huku imechomwa, unakimbia huko. All those things need to be systematically addressed. And that is only possible when we have a leader who wants to shoulder the responsibility of the country, not a person who wants to use the country to do what he wants to do.
So the conclusion that is drawn from there, Bernard, if I'm getting it correctly, to be fair to today's discussion, a very fair conclusion that is coming out very clearly, so that we don't look like we are contradicting ourselves, is that it is okay to give a temporal mitigation to a problem, but it's not enough. What we need is the permanent solution. You know, but if we also become very extreme to say that somebody is hungry, don't help them until you get the mashamba with maize, then that would be different. So the drawn conclusion here, Bernard, with all due respect from what I'm getting from you, it is this way. It is good to have temporal mitigation measures, but it's not enough. You know, you need to have a permanent, you need to go further and have a permanent, you know, a solution to this very, you know, challenge that you are facing. And especially the economic challenges, the unemployment and others. So what the DP did was right, but it was not enough. That's the point. So Raila will have a permanent solution. No,
the evil lies in taking advantage of somebody's problem or capitalizing on somebody's problem for political gain.
Yes.
Such matters should have been held behind the curtain and sorted out completely. Would have
But
not even known about it. But the medication would have taken place. But now to go and get actors to go and act that kind of thing for political gain, it's evil in itself, and so it doesn't even help anything. And in my opinion, it is being taken too far. Politics can be played, yes, but when it comes to human life, we have to be considerate.
Yeah.
Now everybody has put on their mic. We can't hear each other if everybody's mic is on.
I was saying, Bernard, you know, we are friends and we are comrades. I want to respect your position. You are my senior, and I love to. At some point, I must accept. So I agree that you carry the day, but I think we are all in line with how we are looking at this. I respect your position, and then because you are a pastor, again, I think you have better revelation. So thank you, Bernard. Maybe
It's okay, please. You guys have a good rest. Let's catch up again later on in the day. Tuone vile mambo yatakuwa. Otherwise, all that are following us, we appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you for keeping at Mutembei TV. Please, let's keep sharing and invite as many as possible to share into the discourse, learn one or two things. Remember, Kenya is here to stay, and we are the custodian of this country by the decision we make on the ballot. Don't allow yourself to be deceived. This is a historical election. It's not ordinary election. This is very historical. So be part of the right history, not the bad history of this country. So thank you very much, Cons. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Variety. Thank you, who else? So many of you have put in your comments. Lucy and Jerry, we are grateful for continuing to follow the broadcast and sharing exchanges. Martin Wilson, this is awesome. God bless you. See you in the next show.
Community will pray for us, Bernard, as we part. That's our way